shadows are falling, but it's time to pause, cause Mother Nature's calling. I'll be back in a second and I'll continue the reckoning. They will still be waiting for us, and the pressure grows to make a saving throw, to introduce some movie, turn the lights down low. My armor's exposed, I'm getting full of holes. Think I need another chorus. Sooner or later the dice land on the table. You know that's what fables are made of. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. This is a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. It's critical, critical. That ain't how we roll. Oh no, it ain't stolen. We on a roll. Hey, we on a rollin'. That ain't how we roll. Oh no, it ain't stolen. We on a roll. Hey, we on a rollin'. Sooner or later the dice land on the table. You know that's what fables are made of. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. This is a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. It's critical, critical. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. This is a critical hit. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. It's critical, critical. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. This is a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. It's critical, critical.
Man, I forgot how much that song slaps. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everybody, to a very special Saturday night stream. It's good to see everybody. I hope everyone is doing well. For those of you watching over on YouTube, welcome as well to this live Dungeons & Dragons event, and I hope that you will consider the possibility of joining us over here if you are interested in watching/playing. Certainly, you can watch there as well, and I will be monitoring chat on YouTube also. But otherwise, join us for the return of D&D with viewers, although we have been doing versions of this, but it's mostly been more on the choose your own adventure side. So today is a more sort of traditional Dungeons and Dragons pickup event, which I am very excited about, and I'm very excited about the adventure as well. I think this is going to be one that will be good and will work well with people that are playing with us. So before we get there, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow us on the channel. That is always appreciated. Please check out as well our YouTube, which is !ArvTube, as previously mentioned. Please sub to me over there, and if you're watching me on YouTube, then please swing back over to Twitch as well, where you can hang out with us here. !ArvCord is our Discord channel, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Twitter is !ArvTweets, and Blue Sky, !ArvSky. Website for all that, arvanelaron.com. Financially, !ArvShop is the merchandise area, which is very important. Merchandise that helps support the channel in various ways, plus gives you cool swag. What's up, Drew? So there's always that. There is also, of course, Arv Treon was the Patreon, which is currently sitting at $15 and about $111. And again, we're trying to pull that number back up again. That really is the financial backbone of the channel, and it would really help if we were able to get other support there. Plus, you can get stuff that is not the same stuff that you can get while subbing. So combinations are always good with this too. So please join us over there. That would be much appreciated with the Patreon. And again, of course, subbing to the channel is a great thing to do as well. well. You get those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch. You also get, with both Patreon and sub support, inspirations for our players, which will be very useful potentially for our players today. Although who knows, maybe they'll just play exceptionally. It'll be great, and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, listen, more emotes are always a good thing, Drew, right? Like I think we can just generally say that. Good to see you. To everyone who said hi so far, hello. And on the publishing side, Exclamation Point Icarus is my graphic novel from Athos Arts. Exclamation Point Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment. If you like what you see tonight and you're like, man, I wonder what else, if this person is, if this DM, he seemed like a cool guy, I wonder if he's done any kind of like adventures. I have, and you can pick that up right now, both in physical and in digital form, so please join us for that. That would be lovely. Also, of course, Exclamation Point Greyshade, which is my Grey Assassin trilogy and assorted IP. So Greyshade and Renegade, first two award-winning books in that series, are out now. You can get book 3, which is Heretic, next year. You can pre-order that now. I am working on that as we speak. And of course, the tabletop role-playing game from Brandon O'Brien and Alligator Alley Entertainment also can be pre-ordered, and the amazing audiobook of Greyshade done by our very own Trent Sparks is available, and you can buy that now too, right at that same Exclamation Point Greyshade link. And as always, Exclamation Point BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation Point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Exclamation Point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message that we will do so for others in that situation if it arises in the future. Quick note on scheduling. This is the beginning of a few consecutive streams of tabletop stuff on the channel and on my sister channel over on GOG Comms Twitch channel. So we are going to be doing this D&D with Viewers event tonight. We'll be off Sunday, Monday. We'll be back on Tuesday. Noon Eastern is the finale of Shire Adventures, sponsored by Free League Publishing. Definitely one not to be missed. It will be bittersweet, of course, but I think we're going to end it up really nicely. It'll be a nice sort of way to finish things off. Who knows whether everyone will make it through or not? Only you, only the players and the dice and the gods know that. And of course, you'll be able to see it all unfold at noon Eastern on Tuesday, this coming Tuesday. And then at 4:15 p.m. Eastern, we'll be over on GOG Comms Twitch channel with D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh to wrap up the month of November and get us ready for a very busy December. We are going to have D&D coming up, lots of D&D. We are going to have in December, we are going to have D&D with GOG again, Talisman Adventures over on the GOG Comms Twitch channel. We will have Session 0 of the new upcoming campaign of Beowulf Adventures with Tari Toons and Trent Sparks. We are going to have more of Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, 2 sessions of that, 2 sessions of Eberron. We will have, I believe we will have, as I run through this, we will also have some Speculate material that's going to be coming up on the channel as well, so that's going to be awesome. And then, of course, we will have video game stuff of various types. We will have the annual Christmas Carol with the vocalists plus alumni. We will have the annual holiday show with my family and myself playing some fun family game for all of your education and entertainment, as they say. And then, of course, we will have the end of the year show in which we will talk about my game of the year and sort of set up for what happened and what is to come. Hey, Tom, good to see you all. I wanted to say this, of course. Well, I appreciate you being here nonetheless. It's good to see you as always. So that's what we've got going on with the calendar right now. And so I'm going to get rid of this and I'm going to turn on that. I'm going to move my camera back to its spot because it seems to have shifted on me. Welcome, everybody. It is good to see you all. I am very excited for us to do this. And yeah, it's been a little while since I've had a chance to do a full-out D&D with Viewers event, but I am excited to do it. I'm excited for this adventure, which is Grammy's Country Apple Pie. That is the adventure. It is a DM's Guild adventure. I have read through it, of course. I have prepared it. And I think this is going to be a lot of fun. It's got some amusement, it's got some frolics, it's got some laugh, and most importantly, it's got some apple pie. And I think we can all agree that that is something that we should have more of in our life, is definitely about that. It's a musical. Yeah, well, I don't know about that. It's definitely it's an ode to apple pie, though. I mean, I think we can definitely say that. So it's going to be a good time. I am very excited for that. Now, the way this works is really simple. If you want to play as one of the players, and I'm looking for minimum of 3, maximum of 5, 4 is kind of the sweet spot, but I'll take 3 and I'll take up to 5. If you want to play, it's very simple. There are a couple of requirements that we ask. The first critical one is that you have to have a microphone. Sorry, you have to have one because otherwise we can't have people typing in chat and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you lovely people can be typing in chat, but as far as players are concerned, that does not work. So we need you to have some kind of a semi-functional microphone. Webcam is strongly preferred, but is not an absolute requirement. But I have done it without before, if need be, but I would prefer it if we're able to do that. Some basic familiarity with Dungeons & Dragons. Now, I want to say basic familiarity. So basically, if I say a D20 and you're like, what? Then maybe you want to sit this one out. You might want to just sort of watch it a little bit, and we encourage you to do that. The more that I can get people introduced to one of the most amazing games of all time, my favorite game ever, the better. So I'm all about that. It would be awesome. Playing a musical one-shot. That would be pretty slick. I'd have to think about that, Drew. You know what that would be good for is some kind of like either an ArvCon event. I could see that as like an ArvCon event, like D&D, Arv D&D, the musical would like, oh man, I could see that. I got to think about that. Anyway, so I'll have to think about that. But that, however, we are not going to do tonight because I didn't think about it until now. But maybe. So yes, so microphone, webcam, basic familiarity with D&D. The last 2 requirements, and I'm doing them kind of in descending order, are you need to be willing to stay here for the next 2 to 2.5 hours. So if you can only stay for an hour and then you have to leave, that's not going to cut it because the D&D event only lasts so, like an adventure. I made it as short as I possibly could, but realistically, we're talking like between 2 and 3 hours usually is when this runs. So, you need to be willing to stick it out for that time. And then the last part of this would be, no, I know, I absolutely, it's a good call, Triffin. And then the last thing is just a general, goodwill, everyone is working together, getting along with people type of vibe. So like, no, being pissed off at people and being like, no min-maxing, no like murder hobo. I want to kill everything, even though rest of the players don't want to do that. You know the drill. Just be a nice person, be a relatively reasonable person. And as long as you can do those things, that's fine. So microphone, webcam, vague familiarity with D&D 1E. I will even provide the characters, by the way, so you don't have to worry about that. Willingness to stay for 2.5 hours, maybe a little past that, 2:45, 2.5, 2:45, and being a relatively nice person. That's it. So with all of that said, and that is noted, Echo, that's noted. With all that said, who have I got? Who will step forward to be part of the D&D pickup event? Who among us is going to be a part of this experience? Many people have been here. In fact, people who have been part of the Shadow Crew, Shadowed Mages DMs group, have all been, I believe. Okay, I can't say all of them. 2 of the current members, the current members, were not. But most of the people have started out as D&D with viewers. In fact, that's how Triffid got involved, was doing D&D with viewers stuff. And obviously we can see how amazing that's been for the channel. Echo got started, I believe, with D&D and viewers, or did a lot. Even if you weren't here initially with D&D with viewers, Echo, like that was one of the big things that you did, as I recall. Shadowed Mage did D&D with viewers with me. Drew did D&D with viewers with me. All that kind of stuff. Where's the dotted line? Listen, Tom, I would like nothing more, my friend, than to have you be a part of this. Although I do have to say that if we do this, it's going to be very hard for me not to insist that you play someone named like Grebo Kata, and then like everything you say is like, this is for, yes, sir. No, I'm just kidding. You don't actually have to play a Star Wars character. But I just, I had this immediate image of like how this works. No, in all seriousness, I would, if you are willing to do this, I would love to have you be part of the crew. I don't think you've ever done D&D with viewers with us, have you, Tom? I seem to remember there was one time where maybe you could have, but I don't remember if you actually played with us. Did you? I don't know if you did. Would love to have you though. That would be amazing. Would absolutely love to have you play. But I don't remember if you had before. Did you? No? Yes? Maybe? Maybe so? But yes, if you would like to let me know, if you'd like to do so, it would seem you need to tweak the link. Yeah, we probably need to alter that slightly. But yeah, if you are interested in doing so, please throw your hat in the ring. Tell me, Tom, if you are throwing your hat in the ring, if that's a hat being thrown. All right. All the rules are the same. Okay, yeah. Oh, okay. The rules are the same. We just have, okay, that's fine. Well, then that's all good. So yeah, Tom, is that an official, yeah, I'm in? Can I sign you up as the first person in through the door? Are you in, Tom? On this 2 days after U.S. Thanksgiving. I only mention that because I don't want to assume everyone had a Thanksgiving, because for those of you who are not in the U.S., you didn't. But hey, Wispy, what's up? Good to see you, Wispy. Welcome. So yes, is that official? Is that an official yes, I'm in, Tom? Are you in? Welcome, Wispy. Wispy, we are just recruiting people for D&D with viewers right now. Okay, well, but it's happening now, so you know. So you got to check your work schedule now, because it's happening today in about 5 minutes. It's happening this evening. So now is the time. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait till February. No. January. Oh, you can't do it this evening. It's too bad. Yeah, January, remember. So that's okay. January, just keep in mind that it's going to be sometime in January, but we don't know when. But no, we're talking about tonight. Tonight. It's D&D tonight. You're rolling just a 1d20. Tonight. Now again, rules, Wispy, for this are: you need a microphone. You have to have that. Webcam is strongly preferred. I've done without it, but I strongly prefer it if we can do it. Okay. You need to have a vague familiarity with D&D, like sort of, if I say roll a D20, you won't be like, wait, what? So that. You need to be willing to be here for 2.5 hours, maybe 2 hours 45. So you can't bail in an hour, because it's going to take about 2.5 hours. And you need to be a reasonable person who can let other people take their turn and who can step up when necessary and can be a team player and have fun with everyone. Be a reasonable person. If you fit the description, I didn't put you to sleep. See, you know why, Tom? Because I was giving you the opportunity. You saw before you a future that involved you playing Dungeons and Dragons. Then you also saw a future, Tom, where you were getting sleep, but that was a much more boring future than the future that I have provided as an option, which is I get to play D&D with yours truly DMing. And look, you get to play Grammy's Country Apple Pie, and I quote, a quest for the best. All the pies come in one of those pizza boxes. You've tried the rest. Now try the best. Right? That's why. So while we're waiting, who else is interested? Who else would like to play? I need a minimum of 3. Optimal would be 4. This is a one shot. Yep. Just tonight. Minimum of 3. Optimal is 4. 5 I'll do, but that's a little bit of a push. No, I mean, I can do 5. That's fine, but no more than 5. 3 minimum, 4 ideal, 5 is fine, but I'd rather not go up to 5 if I can avoid it. 6 is too many. I feel like the holy hand grenade. 3, 4 is right out. Thou shalt not speak the number 3, except insofar as thou shalt first speaketh the number 2 before reaching the number 3. So yes, it is a one-shot, Wispy. So Wispy, do you fit those other descriptions? Do you have a microphone? Do you have a webcam? Do you have 2.5 hours? And are you a reasonable person? And of course, that last one, most of my viewers are reasonable people. I'm just making sure that you know better about yourself. Do you feel good about, this situation in that moment type of thing? Are you into said thing? You have a webcam. Okay, good. Good. 1, 2, 5, 3. So 3. Oh, man. A career with playing a D&D adventure that kicks... I mean, listen, that was right there before you. No, I totally understand, Tom. That's fine. I get it. I get it. Although it's... I mean, do you work on Sunday? But it's totally understandable. Totally understandable and no problem. We will get you in here next time. So like I say, January, be on the lookout for when we do it. We'll have it scheduled. I mean, I'm not thinking about January right now, honestly. We'll schedule January in January, but we will do something like that in January. You don't know 5e. It's not that different. Oh, I hear you. Yeah, no, I hear you. I have had to work on Sundays myself in the past. I used to work retail back in the day, and I myself worked many a Sunday for sure. Yep. So that's fine, Wispy. You don't need to worry too much about 5e. I can give you the basics of that, and I'll be able to send you a sheet. So Wispy, do you match the other descriptions? Do you match the description? You have a webcam. That's good. So I assume that means you have a microphone. You can do the 2.5 hours. And you've already said that you have the basic knowledge of D&D I'm looking for. And again, this is just formal. It's just formal, inquiry. You can be reasonable on, by letting people, taking turns with people, being a team player, making sure everyone gets a chance, that type of thing. If that sounds like you, then my question is, Wispy, would you like to be one of the 3 to 4 to 5 players tonight? All right. Well, and you're used to DM. Well, listen, Wispy, that sounds to me like you were involved. So Wispy song is number 1. Wispy is number 1. Wispy has joined the festivities then. Thank you, Wispy. That's 1 down. We need 2 more and 3 for optimal. 2 more people, 3 for optimal. What have we got? To play Grammy's Country Apple Pie. And what I'm going to do, by the way, is I will send you a link when we have all the players. I will send everybody a link to a Zoom call, the 4 players, and then the players can join the Zoom call, and I will capture you. I already have the overlay all set up and ready to go. So I will capture you folks. I will put in your character names, which you will come up with, and I will send you as well the Roll20 link and the character sheet link. Okay. I have to get dresses or dressed. I had this image for a minute of I have to get a bunch of dresses. And I'm like, all right, fair enough. I'm here for the dresses. That's all good. All right. Who else we got? Folks? We have 1 down. We need 2 more, potentially 3. Well, 2 more to run, 3 more ideal, 4 more at most. Who else? Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking. Costume changes. I'm actually ready. I've got my Husky, the 5-0 University of Connecticut Huskies, by the way, in the men's, and the number 6 ranked in the women's, just saying. So I have this, but underneath, I have here my Carpe Diem Seize the Dungeon Master shirt. So I am ready to go. Welcome, Shadowed Mage. Are you in? We've just started recruiting. We have Wispy Song, who is in. Are you into a 2.5 hour one-shot of D&D in which you play the adventure Grammy's Country Apple Pie? I think so, yes. I agree, Crit. What about you, Crit Twitch? You've been a long-time, extremely loyal viewer of this channel. You love all the stuff that we do here. You were an Arvanaut in high standing. What can you throw your hat in the ring? Ooh, Triffid and Shadowed Mage. So if we get Triffid, Shadowed Mage, and Wispy, I'm not reputable. What? This is a lie. This is a dead lie. Respectful, and yes, you are. Okay, Wispy. So Wispy, it sounds like we've got Shadowed Mage. No hat in this channel, only 6 pences. Oh, I see what you're saying. I was like, wait, what? Crit doesn't want to play. Okay. No problem. No problem. No problem at all. So we've got Wispy. We have a potential for Shadowed and Triffid, which I think is awesome. So we need one more person. We could play with those three, actually, but we need one more person to fill out what would be a perfect crew. Drew, I know I see you in here. I can't help but notice that you may or may not have played D&D with me before multiple occasions. You may or may not have been part of the Shadow crew as well. You may or may not have been involved. What are we thinking about here, Drew? Yeah, me either. No. You said, quote, Echo, you said, I am here as a backup, quote unquote. You said, I'm here as a backup. I will only be used if called out specifically. So I'm honoring that, sir. I am honoring your literally your words. I can scroll up and show them to you. That's literally why I didn't say, hey, join. All right. Here, look, I scroll up, blah, blah, blah. Here we go. Aha. Is only here as backup. Echo has to be called out to participate. See that? See that? Oh, you got your COVID booster. You're feeling a bit under the weather. Oh, okay. So I got you. So no. Okay, Wispy. Awesome. You're in. Awesome. I will send you the link. So you're in. I will send you the link as soon as I have the other players confirmed. Right now, it looks like I might have Shadowed and Triffid. It'll be virtual dice. I will send you the Roll20 link. Yeah, feel better soon, man. I have no doubt that you will. Okay. Who else? Anyone else? Okay. Yeah, no problem, Drew. That's fine. I think we're probably okay. So I will. I think we are probably fine. So I will say that I will give one more shout out, and then I'm going to add in. Wow, 34-inch. That is a large monitor. That's a big ass monitor. So yeah, so I will let's see. I will, Tom. We're, now that I needed a little bit of a rest from doing pickup stuff when I needed a rest from it. So I was doing kind of more choose your own adventure type of stuff. But now I'm going back to being able to do this every other month. So you'll see this back in January. But the only thing I'll say, Tom, is that you're going to have to make sure that you're checking out my calendar. We always try to do it in January, like the beginning of every month. We try to set it for some time in the month. So you just need to take a look at it and try to mark your calendars accordingly. It's always either a Friday night or a Saturday night, but it always depends on schedule and a bunch of other things. So just be aware that, like, just keep up. If you just are following and checking the calendar regularly, then you will not be caught unawares. Okay. So I guess I will officially ask. You won't be able to inspire yourself. No, we've got other people though for you, Wispy, and also the Discord events as well, which Triffid does an amazing job of managing. And the only reason I don't mention it is because I literally have like Twitter, Blue Sky, the Discord announcements on the main channel. I'm always like, what? Showed empty. Not for tonight. It didn't. No, not on my regular calendar. Pretty sure it does not. Let me double check. No, it's there. D&D with viewers. It's a Google calendar. Well, no, actually, it's not even. If you go to my website, arvinelaron.com, it has the calendar up there. I wonder, actually, you know what? Just to be sure, once in a while, the calendar via the website breaks. And let me just see. No, it's there. It's there. Yeah, no, it's there, Tom. It's all good. Right. So, okay, so it sounds like Shadowed Mage and Triffid, if you could be persuaded. So then the question is, Echo, this is up to you. So we've got right now 3. So I can do it with 3, or I can bring you in as the 4th. So the question is, do you want to do that as the 4th? Doesn't have to happen. I can definitely run with 3, and I have in the past. So if you need to set up the monitor for your brother or do whatever, we can do that. Or I can send this to you. I can involve you. It's up to you. Yeah, January is not up yet. That's true. That's a good call, Drew. Yeah, January is not up yet. December actually is about to be filled. I only do it a month at a time. Yeah. See, so what we're thinking about. So that's the deal, Tom. December, I always fill in. There are some things already filled in December that you should see there, and the rest of the calendar will be filled out next week. But then I always do it a month ahead of time. So January, I have a couple of like scattered events, like the Klein event, which I know is on January 26th, stuff like that. But other than that, based on having to schedule 5 campaigns, some on a month, Triffid and I always do it basically a month ahead of time. But it is like, or I should say, as the month comes, we schedule it for that month coming. So usually within the first couple of days of the month, we have all of that month to come scheduled. So that may be part of it as well. Like you've got, the rest of this month, right? The rest of November is all up there. And then December will be in like a week or so. So I rolled a 1, I'm out. Okay. Well, the dice have spoken. So, all right, Shadowed and Triffid. We have a 3-person crew. Last call, by the way, for anybody else. Last call. So we got 3 people. We got Triffid, Shadowed, and Wispy Song. Last call for Grammy's Country Apple Pie. Last call. I feel like I should start singing. Closing time. One last call for 20 and all, and something is something will blear. I'm double out. Yeah, also, it is like ridiculously late for Echo over in Norway. Let me make a guess here, Echo. Is the time for you right now? This is without me looking. Is it 2:51 in the morning or 3:51? Yeah, got it. 2:51 in the morning. That's the other reason. 2:51. I thought it was 6 hours ahead. Yeah. Norway's an amazing country, though. Yeah. It's super late. Okay, so Shadow, Triffid, are we in? Are you on board? And Drew, we're cool with 3. We can definitely manage 3. So I'm not in desperate straits. I'm just giving you the opportunity if you want to join Wispy, Triffid, and Shadowed. But totally cool if you don't. I'm not in dire need or anything like that. You really should go to sleep now. But see, you're about to see the most amazing. No, I in all seriousness, Tom, I know the feeling. I don't ever want to feel like anyone's bullied into staying up and watching something when they need sleep. I may have stayed up slightly later than I intended while playing a really awesome game last night. Not that that ever would have happened or anything. Maybe, but have possibly that could have, Oh no. Oh no, Shadowed. Oh, that's the worst. Some of the dreams, like the bad dreams I have now when they come up tend to be things like I'm back in school and taking a test I'm not prepared for. And I'm just like, it has been many years since I've been in high school, okay? Like we're talking multiple decades since I've been in high school. And I'm just like, I don't know where. But I get that like panicky feeling when I'm not understanding something on a test and like all the stuff that I got back in the bad old days for me. I'm like, oh man. So anyway, that sounds to me like Drew's going to sit this one out. Echo's sitting this one out. They are going to watch while their fellow Shadow crew members. Yeah. Listen, sometimes it's an actual student that has, not a dream. Yeah, I hear that, Tom. Yeah, I hear that. And it's right. It's one of those feelings where you're just like, Yeah, no, that's all good. Okay, so I'm going to send a link. While I send the link, people have a chance to jump in if they wish. So what I would like, please, and thank you, is if everybody, I have Shadowed and actually I might have you on Twitch Whispers anyway, Wispy. Let me just double check and see if I have Wispy on. Wait, Wispy. Let me just double check and see if I have. Whoop, I'm checking my messages here. Okay. Wispy, I just sent you a Twitch private message. Just double check and make sure that you got it, please. And then I'm going to start a Zoom call, and I'm going to invite the lovely folks in. Yeah, but he had a COVID booster shot and okay, sounds good, Tom Tom. If you do, then sleep well. And if not, then we'll hear you here. One way or the other. Okay, successful test. Great. Give me a second and I will send you the Zoom link. Okay. Here we go. There's that. Nope, that's the thing. Yes, and I will send you the Zoom thing in just a second. Give me 1 second here. They're coming, Triffid. They're coming. I'm like messaging everyone separately. I just sent you your link, Triffid. Shadowed Mage, I have sent you your link. And then in just a second, I'm going to send Wispies as well. All right, Wispy, I have sent you your link. Let me make sure I got this set up properly. Aha.
Check. Can you hear me, Arvin?
Yes, I can hear you. And hi, Triffid.
Hey.
How are you? All right.
Okay.
All right.
I'm now muting.
Let's see. Yeah, muting the stream at the same time. And there is Shadow Mage, the amazing Shadow Mage. Not that anyone can see you yet on Twitch because I have not yet captured. Okay, and I have sent Wispy one as well. All right, now I hope everyone is ready for apple pie. I should have made that one of the requirements. Like, if you dislike pie, then I respect your opinion. You're wrong, but I respect it, and it's fine. But then you shouldn't play in this. I'm mostly joking. It's not really that much about pie. I mean, it is, but
I love pie.
I really do too. I probably would say cake is probably a slight favorite for me over pie, but it depends on the pie. Blueberry crumb or apple crumb for that matter. Chocolate cream pie, which is the greatest of all pies. These are all good things.
Au contraire.
No. Okay, what's the greatest pie?
Strawberry rhubarb.
Oh, yeah.
Top.
See, now my dad loved rhubarb.
Agree.
I don't love the rhubarb so much. I love a strawberry pie, yes. But rhubarb, I don't know, I never really liked rhubarb that much. Okay, we are waiting. Wispy, I think you got the link. So let me know when you're able to jump in.
I had pie and eggnog for lunch on Friday, and it was great.
That's a tremendous lunch. What kind of pie?
A harvest pie. We didn't actually do pumpkin pie. We did sweet potato and my sister. We had some leftovers from spaghetti squash that I had made, where we always save the seeds and some of the pulp that doesn't go into the spaghetti
Right
part. And my sister blended that with the sweet potato, so it was a sweet potato squash pie.
Also
and it was
sounds
really
good.
good.
Yep.
And banana chips for the crust. It was
Banana
pretty cool.
chips. That's
Yeah.
pretty awesome. I approve wholeheartedly. You'll change your opinion once you've had Yorkshire forced rhubarb. Caro, I follow you on Twitter, and I have seen your many posts on UK cooking shows. Just so you know. By the way, Caro, just so you know, there is still a spot open. I am aware that you have a role-playing history, sir. And if you are interested, you could join us for 2.5 hours with these esteemed individuals you hear in the background, which you'll see momentarily, along with Wispy Song, playing Grammy's Country Pie D&D pickup with one shot with yours truly DMing. I know it's late over there, but you know, I'm just saying. Just saying. It's 2 a.m. and I need sleep. Yes, I heard something similar from Tom Tom. I understand. Time zones are a thing.
Mandatory updates for
Okay.
Zoom.
Yeah, the Zoom mandatory update. It's too bad. You know, we've done Discord before and that's workable, but honestly, Zoom is just better. It just captures more easily and all that. Oh, look at that. See, it's not, I don't have you up though yet. I can't. Hang in there and then you can show that again. Oh, that's a nice thing to see. I incidentally shadowed good stream last night. I was watching for probably a good half hour before I conked out because it was super late. But yeah, that was pretty wild. Shadow was playing Talos Principle 2 and streaming it, and the whole interior of the pyramid, which I won't spoil, but it was that was some serious stuff going on there.
Mm-hmm.
And straight up Jedi. I mean, that feels. They had to have thought of a Jedi temple. It looks like, it just feels like a Jedi temple. You know. Okay. We are being joined by someone who I suspect is Wispy Song. We shall find out in a moment. Okay. I will keep that in mind. All right. We have at the moment but a name. And I will not reveal said name. So in just a moment, we will get both video and sound. Can you hear us yet, Wispy and Zoom? Yeah, Drew, exactly. Well, and it reminded me of the rifts in Survivor. You know, the Jedi rifts. Okay. All right. So we're just getting some tech things sorted out with this, and then we will be good to go. We'll be
Hey, we have video.
Aha, video exists. Hello. All right. Video is there. And if that's actually for real, then I'm officially jealous with the beach background. Yeah, no, not so much. Yorkshire force rhubarb. Did you say force rhubarb?
It's forced to grow out.
It
of
is
season.
forced. Yeah, like it's required to be rhubarb. I don't want to be rhubarb. Shut up. You're going to be rhubarb. My son and my wife and I were at this water park. We'd been planning this for years. At least a year. And he really wanted to go just with us, just so we could give him some just him time without sister and grandma and all that. So we went to it. It was a lot of fun. But one of the water slides is basically mostly in the dark. And for some reason, my son and I started calling this the dark slide of the Force. We were just like, it was good times. He had a blast. He loved that park. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, let's see. Okay. The farmer will watch over it with a shotgun to make sure he grows quickly. That's very funny. Oh, you know what? You think you can get us rhubarb, mate? You're gonna grow. You're gonna be rhubarb. I don't want to be rhubarb. I just want to be strawberry cream. No. It's the best pie. If it says it's the best pie, you gotta be out there. You're not allowed.
Hello, hello.
Hey, it works.
Yay! I hear you.
Awesome. Okay. Welcome, Wispy. I'm going to capture you right now. I don't mean like, forcing you to be rhubarb. I'm just saying just going to capture everyone's picture. And there we will go. I want you all to know that I temporarily, at least, placed you all as what have we got here? Rando McRando face, Person McPerson face, Friendo McFriendo face, and Gennaro McGennaro face. I will change that to your actual names once I have them.
Dibs on Friendo.
I'll put you right there in the Friendo spot. Friendo McFriendo face. The guy in Starfield, one of the like skeezy weapon dealers you deal with, calls you Friendo all the time. And it's just like, and there's this one discussion at one point about the difference between Friendo and Buddy. And it's just like, why am I even having this discussion with some dude on Mars? Like, just stop calling me Friendo. I mean, I just... Okay, Triffid, I'm going to put you for just momentarily in Person McPerson face. And you, of course, will become your own person momentarily. And then we will put the little D&D logo down below. All right, I'm going to send you folks the... Roll20 link, and then I'll send you a link to characters. Level 1 characters is what we are looking for. And this is basically you can pick whichever you like. In fact, you can speak about it if you wish in text chat in Zoom if you want. But I have a link which I will give to you folks here, a Dropbox link. Let's see. Okay.
Wispy song, to undo your full screen window, there should be something at the top right next to the X. If you click on that, that should toggle full screen or partial screen.
Thank you. All right, sounds
Got
good.
it.
Sleep well,
Thank
Carol.
you.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Dragon
Oh,
Spear? What is up? Okay, let me get... So I've done that. Let me just get... the Roll20 link. That's what it was. I'm like, I need to send someone something. And that's what it was. There we go. Roll20 link is there. There's that. Copy link. There's this. And then I will let everyone introduce themselves. So I've sent over the link. So definitely in Zoom chat, please let each other know what, if you have any particular things that you want to be in terms of like a particular character class or anything like that. As long as your first level, it's fine with me. And the only thing I would ask is that you give me once you've picked out your character, that you have a name for me. That's basically it, a character name, and I will add that to the screen so that you don't remain Friendo McFriendo face and all that kind of good stuff. And thanks to everyone who has joined us tonight. We are playing D&D with viewers, and we have our players set, and we are going to be going live here in just a moment, but we are just getting characters picked out, and we are getting. Then I will lead off, and we'll get started. And we are joined by veterans to the D&D portion of this. Triffid Emats, our own beloved Triffid Emats, and our own beloved Shadowed Mage. And we are joined by not new to the channel, but new to our own D&D experiences, Wispy Song, who is here as well. I'm not your buddy guy. I'm not your guy, friend. I'm not your friend, buddy. Yeah, exactly. It is very rock, paper, scissors, honestly, Drew. It totally is. And also hi, Dragon.
No, Roll20, you may not use my microphone or camera. Nope.
Are you sure? Just once?
No.
I did see there was a one of the people that I have rated in the past, a guy named Grimbeard Adventures, is using this VTT that does like 3D on the fly, and there are multiple ones that do that. Like I know they're not the only one, but I have to say, like, it looks very cool, although I still would argue that the bar to entry, especially when I have as much invested in the Roll20 ecosystem as I have, is probably too much. But there are parts of it that I'm like, that actually looks pretty cool and just sort of visually. But in terms of like, it's not as convenient as being able to drag and drop stuff as Roll20 does it and all that, but it does look cool. There are some serious VTTs of the sort of 3D variety that are on their way, I think. Yep, that's how Canadians argue. Yep. Yep, the power of South Park compels you. Okay. So, all right. Let me know. Have people figured out, before I introduce everybody, have people figured out what they might be interested in terms of a character, potentially? Although I think they are now typing each other furiously. I was looking at my previous D&D with viewers. One of my previous ones, I have a lot of the extra notes from it. And I forgot that Light and Passion had played a half-orc paladin called Gude Lord. That's good stuff. Okay, so I'm just going to put in... All right, so we have Cleric played by Shadowed Mage. Okay, so we will look for the name when you have one shadowed. And then I will introduce, and don't worry, chat, you're just looking at my face at the moment, but shortly you will be looking at others. I have a human fighter played by Wispy Song. You have a great one-shot name next time? Nice. Okay, and Trish is just about ready. Is just figuring out between two possibilities. And also, chat, if you like what you see from several of these players, not all of them, but several of these players, remember that they do D&D here. They've done D&D elsewhere. And in one case, and I think we have, I'm pretty sure we officially announced this, he said notably to Shadowed. Actually, I'm positive we announced this. So Shadowed Mage is going to be DMing a return to community D&D. So he is going to be DMing a new group. It is some members of the former Shadow crew, but not all of them, and a couple of new folks who have been added as well. Not new to the channel, but new to the Shadow crew. And it's a great group. I have been watching their discussions in the green room, basically in the back room, setting up for this, and it looks awesome. I'm actually very pumped for it. I think it's going to be great, and it's going to be part of a really nice sort of extra, more content being provided, more than just me. And it's going to go along with one of two new campaigns that is launching, that one. And then the other one, of course, is Beowulf, which is launching, which I'm also pumped up about as well. So it should be a good time. Yeah, I'm very excited about it. I think it's going to be great. I am very, very pleased. Okay, so I've got two of them locked down. So for Shadowed and Wispy, let me know whenever you have a name for those characters. And Wispy, I know you said you hadn't done 5e specifically, which is fine. We will, we'll kind of walk you through it when needed. You should see a lot of your stats, some of which will look familiar, I imagine, on that sheet, but we'll be happy to walk you through it. If I say something like, make a perception check, and you're like, what the hell's that? Then I'll, we'll talk about what that is. So fear not, but I'm just letting you know. Well, no. I mean, maybe you're just saying it's going to be really fun, Drew, like, objectively, I'm not playing in the campaign. I think it'll be really fun. That's great. Shadowed. Okay. and I assume that's phonetically spelled, right? Pronounced, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I am tempted to be like, the roof is on fire, but I won't do that. Oh man. Okay, I got one name, which I actually am going to start putting in right now. No longer Friendo McFriendo face. I will say that this has got a little bit of a, this name that Shadowed has given me has a bit of not only, of course, Dwarven, but also a bit of a, There's a little bit of a Nordic feel to me, slightly. Only Echo will be able to determine if that's truly the case. Yeah, well, listen, Dragon, I've given up on you, all right? I've asked you like approximately 50 times to be like, hey, are you going to play? And you're always like, oh, sure, yeah, I'd love to, but blah, blah, blah. You know, you talk a big game, sir. But, you know, someday. I will be the judge of that. Now, to be clear, Echo, I did not say a Norwegian specifically feel. I said Nordic in general. Slightly Vikingish, let's say. I haven't reached the 50 mark yet. Yes, it's true. I have not. All right. We are almost there, chat. Almost there. Fear not. I just don't want to introduce them when I still have Rando McRando Face and Person McPerson Face as official names. And I don't want that to be. I don't want that to be a lesson.
Name.
Yeah, that would not be it. You know, you will still be very thoroughly judging. I'm proud Nordic. That's funny. It should be a good time. I am excited for it. Oh, actually, while we were waiting, I'm going to show off something, chat, which I have just gotten. This is the first time I've owned one of these, and I got this specifically because it will be helpful in annotating and making notes on student papers, as well as actually doing some reading, but I've never had one. And that is, I got a Kindle, specifically a Kindle Scribe. I'm not wild about supporting Amazon's ecosystem as someone who has to like work around it all the time. But I also am aware that as a machine that does writing, this is not only the cheapest, but I'm now able to like convert and stuff to programs that allows me to do it. So I'm actually, and I've had the chance, it is, these e-ink screens are actually pretty awesome. Like I had heard good things about them, but I never had a chance to try it myself. So I did it because I'm able to write on student papers, because I get a lot of papers now. I try to do them mostly print, but we're in an age now where a lot of students want to submit digitally. And I'm like, man, I want to be able to make like underline in the text and not be putting like track changes and stuff like that in Word. So I ended up getting it. It is an investment, but I did want to say I'm showing off. This is what I'm reading right now, which is Brad Bollier from Shire Adventures. That is The Dragons of Deepwood Fen, Book of the Holt, Part 1. So I'm in the midst of reading that book, and it's good. It's good professional work as usual for Brad. So it's good stuff. Yep. Yeah, I recommend it when it comes out. I don't believe it's out yet. It's good. Very good epic fantasy. He's just very good at world building, and he's very good at like creating scale, which is what epic fantasy is, a lot of that is about. So I recommend it. So I will report back and let you know what I think about this. So far early returns have been good though. Cause I've never had an e-reader, and yeah, this is kind of cool. Oh, the Switch setup on ARVCourt? I will have to check that out. Echo. I just realized I can't do that. Let me go back to here. All right. Just 1 second. Okay. Pirating a fellow writer's book. Yeah. That's not what I'm doing. Okay. Ooh. Yeah. I like that. That works fine, Wispy. Yes. Good call. Do I emphasize it in the very much welcome? You know what I mean? The the kind of a here we are. Oh man. Okay. Triffid, do we get a sense of the two options between the two?
I said it in the Zoom chat.
Oh, did you? I know you said you were thinking about a couple, but
Yes,
Oh, I
and
found it.
then
I found it. Okay. Sorry. I was like, wait, what? Okay. And you're just a one name star?
One name that I say publicly, sure.
Ah, I see. Okay. That's a whole different situation. Okay. Lovely. Great. Awesome. Okay.
How do I change my name in D20?
In Roll20, I think if you go up to the little cog on the top right, also don't worry because that's not being shown on screen in case you're curious, but cog in the top right. And if you go to, I think it's under personalization
and display.
Yep.
There should be display name under that.
And then you can just change it to whatever you like.
Not extensions. What is this?
No, it's cog. So top right, the cog wheel.
The gear wheel?
Is.
Yeah. Yep. There you go.
Found it. Thank you.
No problem. Okay. Cool. All right. Let me just change that name, and I'm going to introduce to you the one and only Billy Shears, Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club D&D. Has everyone heard the new and final Beatles song? Sort of I was wondering what you thought about it, or actually any of the folks here who are interested in music, because it's an odd experience in that it's being assembled over a long period of time. And I know that I do like the Beatles a lot. I understand not everyone does, but they are kind of important. So the fact that this is the last one they'll ever do is a sort of interesting experience. You haven't heard it? Yeah, it's interesting. There's a kind of wistfulness to it, honestly. It's fine. It's not like a brilliant song, but it's just, you can hear the voices and you're like, oh, wow, that's the last one they're going to do, obviously. So that's kind of a strange experience given how important they were. Okay.
Oh, done. Okay.
Beatles are from Liverpool, boo. All right, Dragon, listen, all right. Okay. I think that's good there. So let me just move that over there. Let me move that there. And let me move that to there. And then we are good. Okay. All right, chat. Here we go. Names have been switched over properly. Players, here we go. I'm going to now transition us over and introduce you to the D&D with Viewers team. Here we are. These are your players for tonight. And I hope that everyone is ready for what will be an epic adventure spanning several days of real time. I'm just kidding. It's going to be about 2.5 hours.
Several days.
Yeah, several weeks. A week of nothing but. And we will start, first of all, with Wispy Song. Wispy, welcome. It is good to have you live and in person, so to speak, on the channel. Welcome. Obviously, you've been in with us in the channel for a long time. Do you want to just quickly say, like, any D&D experience you've had, stuff like that, and then who your character is that we have for you today?
Hi, I'm Wispy Song. My experience is I was a DM for my brothers for the pamphlet D&D and then the AD&D.
Nice.
Booklets.
Yep.
And then I played enough D&D in college to get myself kicked out.
Listen, yeah, but you gained a degree in what mattered, which is D&D. Absolutely. So who are you playing tonight, Wispy?
Who did I give you?
You gave me the human fighter.
Human fighter.
Yep. And the
Is it
name.
Temp Raider?
No, I think we said. Well, you said to me Juan Raider, I think, is what I had. I can change it to Temp Raider.
Juan Raider will work.
Okay. So Juan Raider, the level 1 human fighter. And I'll just say very quickly, Wispy, do you have any image of, like, we'll see this through play, but what kind of a, character is Juan? When you said Juan Raider, I had this immediate thought of just like, I am Juan Raider. Like I had this immediate, like, Ricardo Montalban type of image. Like, is that it? Or is Juan Raider just kind of like, no, my name is Juan, what's the problem? Like, that kind of thing. How do you imagine him?
How do I imagine him? I had just trouble getting the name. I'm not sure how to imagine him. I just took a fighter because it's the easiest class.
Mm-hmm.
Straightforward. I'm here. How can I help? What can I beat up for you?
That seems reasonable. So Juan is that sort of a fellow, is kind of the easy, easygoing, like sort of like, listen, if you need something beat up, this is the guy who was like the bouncer in college, right? Like this is that kind of, yeah. Or Drew's version, which is, hello, my name is Juan Raider. You killed my father. Prepare to die. Yeah. There's also that. But maybe just as a bouncer, here and there is also part of that mix. Awesome. I am very excited to see what we get from the amazing Juan Raider. Thanks for joining us, Wispy. Moving right along to the person who should need no introduction in this channel, but I will introduce her anyway. This is the amazing Trifid Ematz, who is absolutely awesome in every way. Trifid, it's good to see you. And yes, tell us, since we've heard much of your D&D experience and so on in the past, is there anything specific at the moment that you want people to be like, oh my God, you should totally check out this thing happening that I'm doing that's awesome? And also, who are you playing this evening?
I guess I may as well call back to a book that I had an essay in this summer, published called D20 or Die:
Ooh.
Memories of old school role playing games from today's grown up kids.
It's a great title.
As for what I'm up to lately, I've been very active with Skippy and Fanty, doing more reviews for them, and also being on more podcasts with them. Friend of the show, Skippy and Fanty. Yeah, that's about it for tonight. I am playing what did I call her? Ilaria? Something like that.
Eliana,
I think you called her.
Eliana, thank you. Eliana, a wood elf ranger.
And you beat me to the punch. I actually was just about to type in the link to that, and then all of a sudden you're like, nope, I got this. With some, you got some Keith Candido in there as well, and so on. Keith's good people. That's awesome. So yes, and Trifid, of course, has also done amazing work with scheduling and podcast notes and assisting on this channel, and has done a wonderful job with that too. So many thanks and respect and appreciation to Trifid. And that leads us, last but certainly not least, to the, as I said, DM of the Shadow Crew upcoming. So you get to see his work as a player, and also when not doing this is also doing badassery in terms of Talos Principle 2 streaming and such. And that is, of course, the awesome Shadowed Mage. It is very good to see you, and genuinely good to see you Shadowed on this channel. Again, I in terms of like on webcam and all that kind of stuff. It's good to see you here because I know that it's been a bit of a journey, and it's great to have you back on in this context. And now everyone's ready. Plus, also with his badass computer that he just casually last night flexes, he's just like, oh, look how buttery smooth it looks. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it would come through at my 1920 times a billion resolution, but for the rest of you, I was hoping it was at least okay at that 1080 by 60p or whatever. I was very impressed with the single PC. How are you doing, Shadowed? How's life in the universe with you, and who are you playing today?
First off, last night I was talking about frames per second, not resolution.
Sorry, that was where I was flexing. Yes.
Everything's been going pretty well with me. Been doing some streaming of Talos Principle 2 lately. That's been pretty fun. Making some good progress through that game, about halfway through. So if anyone wants to come follow me for possible Talos Principle 2 streams, that'd be appreciated.
Yeah.
Feel no obligation. My character tonight is a hill dwarf cleric named Ruff Bronzebeard. He's a bit of this kind of person where like he can seem kind of like off-puttish and rugged to those who don't really know him, but like he's really into gem work, and like he holds a lot of reverence for like the beauty that he can reveal through very fine chipping away and crafting of the gems that he works with. And so then like if you get him onto like the topic of like gemstones and that kind of stuff, then he really lights up.
He sparkles, as it were, glitters.
Yes.
Like, I just want to make sure I'm clear about this. Okay, that's awesome. And it is rough, not roof Bronzebeard.
It's rough.
It's rough Bronzebeard. It's rough. All right. I am very excited for that. I'll work back in reverse order. Shout out hit points on your guy, please.
Hit points are 11.
11 out of 11. Let's see. Eliana, what about you?
11 also.
11 out of 11. Okay. Did you find Juan, by which I mean Wispy Song? Did you find the sheet that I sent? And if so,
No, I did not find the sheet you sent, but I found Human Fighter 1, the PDF.
that's great. Actually, that's what I'm looking for. And can you double check on see what your hit point total
12.
is on there? 12. Lovely. All right. Excellent. Well, in that case, chat, it is time to get started with the event. Let us fire up some music. And can we get some applause and a bunch of like positive emotes and like, let's go players for doing this. Like, seriously, I am always really grateful for this, because it's not always the easiest thing to just be like, oh, it's fine. I'll just, in front of people that may not know me, personally. I'm really grateful that they're willing to do this. It's always a lot of fun. So I am thankful to them for doing that. So thank you. You can have madness from me. I guess I'll take that, Echo, he said, hopefully. All right. I have turned on a little bit of music in Roll20 from our friends at Greenforge Studios.
I hear it.
Lovely. Okay. Then let us get started. And let's get some play on. So, oops. Not drop everything first. So, the three of you have been summoned as an assembled group, although it didn't start out that way. You were actually brought together as part of what I would describe as, this may be a little bit of a deep cut, literally, but I don't know if anyone ever did the thing as a kid where they went to like, in my kid, like went somewhere to basically like do something like sell knives and stuff like that as a kid, where it's basically like a pyramid scheme where you go in front and the training mostly consists of them telling you about stuff you're going to sell, and then you try to sell it to a bunch of your relatives basically, and they're like, oh, you can make an incredible amount of money. It's one of those deals where it's a job that's sort of a temp job, I guess you could describe it as, and the three of you have been selected as the best of the best. That was how it was described to you. Literally was the best of the best. In fact, you got little badges that said best of the best, that looked like they had been specifically made for you. But the person who gave it to you, who was a person whose name was Cartavius, seemed a little squirrely, I guess would be the best way to describe it. He was just like, yes. Now here's you've all successfully done what needs to be done. Here's your badge. I'm gonna have to ask you to come with me now. Come now. Like, he repeats himself a lot, and he seems very like flighty, I guess might be the way to describe it. But whatever, as long as the check's clear, I suppose. And he has led you into what is known in the area as the Wizard's Tower. And not just any Wizard's Tower, but it's actually the tower of Tindarius the Green. Now, Tindarius the Green has been the wizard near this town for many, many years. And he is well known as being an excellent wizard who is just kind of does his own thing, I guess might be the best way to describe it. He's one of these characters who, like, you're always like, I don't know whether he'll be there. But then if some like ogre comes in, like, you just from the top of the tower, you see like a fireball coming down and just obliterating him, and then like the ogre is done. Nobody raids again for like years. And then he like disappears back into his tower, Tindarius does. So he does his job as the wizard, but he's sort of, generally he has not reached out to the general population very much. So the fact that you're going into this wizard's tower is kind of a big deal. And you got a little bit more uncertain about this when you were let in, and Cartavius, the person, asked you to just wait for just a moment, literally walked into this small little room on the first floor and then emerged again as a relatively short, red-skinned, black-winged imp who flies around and is like, all right, if you can just come up the stairs with me. Same voice. So you have to assume that this is Cartavius. Why exactly he waited until now to reveal that he was an imp is unclear, but, you know, you're a little distrustful. But inside this spectacular tower, you see so many wonders and like extraordinary things, talking owl bear heads, and there are light shows that dazzle as you walk up the stairs. Every so often you pass the stairs and you hear this dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, welcome to Darius the Green's Wizard Tower. We hope you enjoy your stay. You know, things like that. It's all like spectacular. And at the top of this long and winding staircase is what Cartavius informs you is the wizard's study. And he opens the door and he enters. It is a pickup game. What's up, Alphabet? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I mean, Alphabet, you know, if you want, listen, I don't know how fast you can be ready, but I'm just doing the intro now. If you can get in here in like 3 minutes, I can maybe add you to the group, but it's up to you. You also don't have to, by the way. It's like 2.5 hours. I need you for basically 2 hours. If you were going to do, I don't need you. We have enough players to go, but if you'd like to, you're welcome to join us. But now's your only chance.
Took me more than 3 minutes to get all my accounts set up.
That's right. Well, that's okay. That kind of thing. If you didn't have 80,000 papers to go. Yes, I know that feel. My 80,000 are coming again in about a week and a half. That's fine. Enjoy the grading then, he said with a crying in teacher. I know the feeling. So, yeah, you have more in a week and a half. Oh, my God, man. Yeah, I know. I understand. I totally get that feel. But it is nice to have you with us regardless. So I'm no longer living. Oh my God. I know that feels so well because he's like, thank you for asking. Oh my God, you have no idea. You have no idea how bad it is. It just like starts to like flow out. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Alphabet. Hang in there. So Cartavius waves you in, and sitting inside this room, you can see that this clearly got its name honestly. The room is lined with bookshelves, and there's a desk covered with bubbling potions and mysterious trinkets and ink-stained scraps of parchment. And you can see that sitting in a cozy chair behind the desk is this elderly man with long, wispy white hair and milky eyes and a large hooked nose. And it occurs to all of you that you don't actually think. Now, you have lived for various times in this town. Some of you are newer than others, but none of you, including the ones who've been here for a while, don't think you've ever seen this person in, like, for real. Like, you don't actually think you've seen Tindarius in the flesh. So this is the first time he's ever made an appearance himself. He's sitting in this cozy chair behind the desk, and he very slowly stands up, and he says, welcome, adventurers. I am pleased that you've answered my call. I am Tindarius the Green. And he sighs deeply. As he sighs, the room feels this breeze, which seems stronger than what like one person's breath would provide, but like just blowing around you. He says, before we begin, it is very important that you partake in a critical ritual, and it is about tea. And he looks at you, Juan, and he says, what kind of tea would you appreciate? I can provide anything, even iced tea.
I would prefer pomegranate tea.
Pomegranate tea, an excellent choice. Cartavius, if you would do the honors. And Cartavius comes close enough to you that there is a moment where you become a little panicked, like, is he going to make himself into the pomegranate or something? But instead what he does is he comes over and he snaps his fingers. This is Cartavius, the imp, who does this. And appearing in his hand is what looks like a pomegranate. And he sort of holds it and sort of nods at you. And then all very suddenly, he turns and he whips it full force at the face of Tindarius. And, you're like, ugh! But Tindarius sort of casually lifts a hand, and there's a little puff of smoke. And the next thing you know, he's just holding a cup of tea, which is steaming. And he hands it over to you, and Juan, you smell the delectable smells of pomegranate. It's kind of flowing in your nose. Yep. Yeah. And Tindarius nods, and then he turns to you, Eliana, and he says, "And what would an elf require in terms of tea materials?"
Anything that you would make that tastes like the tea from my home village would simply taste like a lie to me. So, whatever you would choose as the speciality of your house.
And he nods, and he turns and says to something behind him, "Earl Grey, hot." And some opening, like some illusory opening behind him. You see something steaming. It looks vaguely like metallic behind him. You don't know why. And he pulls out the tea, and then it closes and vanishes. And he hands it over to you, and he nods, and he says, "Make it so." And finally, he turns to you, Ruff, and he says, "And of course, for one of the dwarves whose handiwork is well renowned throughout all the realms, what sort of tea might I provide you?"
Well, it would have to be chroma leaf gray, cut with proper dwarven rum.
And he says, "Yes, of course, there can be nothing else." And he turns to the imp and he says, "Cartavius, please." And Cartavius nods. He flies over a little bit. There's a poof of smoke, and suddenly you see a full bar has appeared in the study, and standing behind this full bar is a dwarf, which is a little confusing, but Juan, you can see behind the bar and see that he's actually up on a couple of steps. And looking above him is what looks very clearly like Cartavius, except that now his wings are there and he's still the same size, but he is now wearing a barkeep's like tunic, like apron, and he has a long wispy beard. And which he did not have before, and he says, "Right. First," and he's, affecting the Scottish accent, dwarven accent, which he never had before. "First, we're going to have the important ale that's necessary." And he pulls 2 kegs above, and he splits them together, and they start pouring together into this mug. And he waits as they fill together. And then once they're done, he puts the casks down. You feel like they must be spilling all over the floor or something, but he pays no attention. Pulls up the mug, and then he takes it, and then suddenly whips it again full force at the face of Tindarius the Green, who waves his hand with a puff of smoke, and then has got tea that seems to have the smells, at least the scents that you indicated. And Cartavius says, "You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here." And he sort of shakes his head and snaps his fingers, and suddenly the bar and everything is gone except for just, the study that you were in before. And Ruff, it certainly seems like the right kind of tea. I mean, and it's definitely cut by a dwarven rum. Tastes like home. Yes, nostalgia indeed. As you're drinking,
Cheers to us.
Yeah, exactly. And Tindarius sort of nods and pulls up his own tea, which he informs you mournfully is a kind of herbal tea because caffeine no longer agrees with him. And then he takes this herbal tea and he says, "When I was a boy, I tested the most wonderful treat in all of the material plane. I remember it like it was yesterday, and to be clear, it wasn't. I would remember that too. No, this was the greatest of all pies, Grammy's country apple pie. The bakery was near my hometown, and you could smell the spices all day and night, no matter where you were in town. I studied to those scents. I fell asleep to those scents. I crammed for my wizard exams to those scents, and I replaced my own sense with those scents. If that makes sense. And he stares at you, and Cartavius is nodding, taking very seriously. The last when I left after Wizard College was over, the place was overrun by goblins, and no one has dared go back in since. I would like to taste those heavenly pies just once more before I depart for this celestial plane. If I give you a map to the bakery, I would like you to go in and find Grammy's secret recipe for me. Only you can return the pie to its rightful place, providing scents for my nose. He seems very sad, almost on the edge of tears as he's saying this. And he pauses and looks over. Cartavius kind of wipes away a tear. And he kind of, looks at all of you and waits.
Why wouldn't she give you the recipe herself?
Well,
Is there something super special that you shouldn't know?
the truth is that I can't find her. I think it's possible she's dead. But as I am not a necromancer, I have not been able to find her in the usual places one might. I had hoped that someone of that skill might have ended up going to one of the greater gods' home worlds or planes to be able to produce delectable pies for them, but apparently that is not how it works. I've been told by clerics that I don't fully understand this afterlife business quite right. But in any case, I haven't been able to find her, and the recipe, it is said, was kept deadly secret. I can't imagine the goblins know anything about it, but if she were around, I would reward her richly for such a recipe. Sadly, she is not, and I am left only with the memory of sense and sensibility, if you will. Well, he suddenly sort of bursts out. And he says,
I don't know really what to make of this.
I'm struggling with the desire to just tell the magician to let go of things, let go of the past. You can't go to the back, but that would be very rude, and I wouldn't get paid for it.
can't go back to the past of pie.
What exactly is our compensation for this?
He says, well, there will be some gold I will provide you. Also, you can keep anything of value you might find in the bakery, and I might even, if you did well enough, be able to give you the bakery. The goblins certainly do not deserve it, having overrun it when it was not theirs. I might instead give it to you. And in addition to that, there is the most spectacular prize of all. And he kind of looks over at Cartavius, and Cartavius says, that would be the pie itself, my lord. That is correct, as always, Cartavius, yes. The pie itself. That is a reward beyond price.
So let me get this straight. You want us to find someone you can't find, get a recipe that you can't get from her, so that we can get a pie that she gave to you without the recipe.
And he kind of beams at you beatifically, and he says, you've got it almost right, except it's not a pie, it's the pie. Understandable mistake. Perhaps I have not rendered it to you well enough. Imagine, if you will, that you are in a courtyard with fountains, and suddenly Cartavius clears his throat. My lord, if I may, I think they probably understand that. Is my guess. They perhaps just didn't understand the level of monetary or other compensation you could provide. Like the nature of this bakery. Oh, yes, yes. I understand that there were other recipes that were quite valuable there. Things which could be sold for a great deal of money, but I have no concern for these things. I simply wish one more scent and taste of that delectable pie. But everything else you can have, including the building. Maybe there's a portal to other worlds. You can have that too. And Cartavius kind of looks at all of you and sort of nods like, it's a good deal.
Well, I suppose a bakery isn't all that far.
Less than 2 days' ride, and I'll provide you fresh horses.
Not what I meant. A bakery is
Oh.
not all that far, ontologically speaking, from being a type of artisan shop, which I would also have an appreciation for.
That is true.
Oh.
He seems very pleased.
I will undertake this quest.
Okay, and he sort of looks at the rest of you, Eliana and Juan.
Very well. I will attempt to recover this fabled pie recipe for you. And any excuse that brings me into conflict with goblins and such like is gratifying.
Yes, they are the opposite of gourmands. They have no understanding of true baking skill or prowess or even proper temperatures. Ah.
Well, other than thinking that you are a greedy man for wanting more pie than you already have, I will undertake this quest for you.
Well, I'm grateful, and as for greed, well, I can have a lifetime, several lifetimes of celestial pies, but nothing compares to Grammys. And he kind of nods mournfully. And as he nods, you get this moment, Juan, where you look around and you note, I mentioned that there were like, an owlbear head and stuff like that on the walls as you come in. And you notice this weird sort of out of the corner of your eye that like all of the allegedly dead things are also nodding. Like he has like a skeleton over on one side, like kind of like an anatomy skeleton you might see at a play, and like that's nodding and everything, just for a moment. Just a
Like the Country Bear Jamboree.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So he says, "All right, well, here is the map then," and you're all a little bit startled as you're holding your tea to find suddenly popping into your other hand is like the map, like just appears in each of your hands. And you can see that it is indeed a fairly simple ride to this bakery. Not too busy, although, the wild is still the wild, and there are certainly places where creatures can come or animals can come. But doesn't look too much to be the case. He also mentions that in the town nearby, that you can stock up on any general goods that you might need. I should mention that on your sheets you have those goods anyway. But if anyone has any other particular needs they want that are of the very specific and basic variety, by which I mean, can I have a +5 Holy Avenger is not happening. But like just sort of your general stuff, right? That stuff, he says, he will provide gratis, and that the townspeople have already been notified to assist you in any way they can. So if you have anything else that you wish to get, you should tell me if there's anything specific like that you would like to remember to bring, like definitely bringing, ginger or, whatever. Like I gotta bring a whole lot of, I don't know, pie crust, like whatever it is that you want to bring, in addition, that's sort of the basic variety you can do. Do any of you have anything like that? Or not?
Looking over my equipment. Hold on one moment.
Sure.
Oh, I know I've got a good adventurer's explorer's kit, so I'm going to use this map that's suddenly in my hand to kind of cover my face while I sip the tea distastefully, and that way I don't have to hide my expression while I force this stuff down my throat.
It sounds good, although I will say that as you're having the Earl Grey, there are a couple of moments where you think, Eliana, you might hear the faintest sound of elvish whispering in your ears. And when you sort of take the tea from your mouth, the whispering stops. The whispering is not sort of like, you will become one of us. Like it's not that kind of whispering, but it reminds you vaguely of what it was like to be able to take sustenance at home, which did not involve Earl Grey tea, but did involve sort of these sounds. And again, he hadn't said anything about doing this. It's just something you notice. So once everyone has had a chance to take a look, Juan, you have anything that you're like, I really want this in particular, or no? Within reason, no. I should say. We don't have a Walmart, nearby, so for that, the equivalent. Okay.
I don't imagine we're going to hit any dungeons, so.
Hey, listen, we have no idea what this bakery holds. I mean, like, this thing could be. We shall find out. Okay, well, you set off.
I would like 3 wedges of cheese.
So you get that. Clearly, apparently, Tindarius has impressed upon the locals how incredibly important it is to aid you. And you wonder whether there was the whole, if you like the fireballs that keep away ogres from tops of towers stuff, you'll do anything I tell you. Because the wedges you get, Ruff, which when your horse is brought out to you and it's a good sturdy sort of pony, suited for dwarf carrying, it is staggering under the weight of 3 enormous wedges of cheese. Each one looks to be about the size of your torso.
Wow.
Yeah, just. Yeah. Yep. Very, very good cheese. And
talking about food, that seems like a good idea. I would like a week of rations and a couple of water skins.
All done with no problems whatsoever. In fact, the water skins are specially designed, and you see on there that they have these like little like swooshes on them and all this like cool fancy stuff. And on the side of it, Juan, you can see the initials of TG, and then the year 1373 DR, whatever, right? Clearly, this is not just a water skin, but a designer water skin for the well-dressed adventurer. Okay, so you take it is indeed about 2 days ride, and it is a simple ride, actually, very pleasant. I should have mentioned that we are at the moment in late autumn, so we're looking at somewhere in like, maybe not late, but definitely like late October, let's say, right, type of stuff. So we're in that sort of season, and it's basically the apple harvesting season is the way I would describe it. And so as you get close to the bakery, you can see lots and lots of apple trees that are in the immediate area, which all seem to be, they no longer have apples on them. Clearly they've all been sort of picked clean, but you can see many, many of them that have been there, and all in very close proximity to this bakery. So apparently a lot of these things are needed. And
are they a whole
ahead.
lot of different kinds of apples, or just basic baking apples?
I would like you to make a nature check for me, please, Eliana. Let's see if you know.
I will be happy to make a nature check.
Yeah, also, is that better, Shadowed? I tried to turn down the music a little bit. Is that still too loud? Let me try.
I don't know.
To type into
there,
chat.
that's better on my end.
Nature.
Okay. Yeah, like
nature.
I wish I didn't have to turn
nature
it down that
2.
far. It's like you have to turn it down a lot. Okay, sorry about that.
So that's an 11.
11. It's a little hard to tell, you would say, Eliana. You definitely see trees that are somewhat of different types. Like there's definitely different kinds of trees, and you would assume, therefore, that naturally they would produce different kinds of apples. But because the apples are all picked off already, you can't 100% tell. But yeah, it definitely looks, though, at the very least, like these are well tended. You can say that for sure, and that they have been, taken care of somehow with the apples as they are. And as you approach this large stone building, the road turns into a gravel path, which is surrounded by an overgrown lawn. And this is the first time, as you get close to the bakery, you can see that although the trees have been taken care of, the building itself, like specifically the immediate grounds, not so much. There are a bunch of leaves on the ground that haven't been like even not just raked, but like the grass looks like it was never cut down to a reasonable level recently and all that. It looks like the sort of bakery itself is a little bit of a mess. And it leads towards this large set of wooden double doors. Exactly, these characters are in for an apple of a time. That's correct. The fragrance of ripening apples is thick in the air from the apple orchard which surrounds this place that I've described. And there's one massive apple tree near the path to the front doors. As the wind whistles through the long grasses and you're getting closer, you notice that the bark of the tree looks almost like an ancient wizened face. And it's just sitting there by the path as you ride up it.
I would like to get closer to the face.
Me
and really
too.
Scrutinize it.
Okay. So Roof, I assume that like you and Eliana, do you do one of these deals where you're like, you know, like right up close and personal type of thing?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So you get right up close and personal and you're like, wow, that really looks like a face. As you look closer and closer, and then, what exactly are you doing? Like immediately the eyes flip open and you see you're looking, in fact, at a face. It is the face of a creature. And it looks at you and says, what are you doing? Why are you staring at me? Who are you? Why is the damned music so loud? And then,
Well, I'm looking at you because it looked like a face. My name is Roof Bronzebeard, and I'm traveling with my companions to come to this bakery. What was the third question?
third question was, never mind the third question. All right, so you're here with your companions, as you say. As for having a face, of course I have one. So do you. Should I stare at you directly and go, my goodness, it looked like a beard. I had to put my eyes right up next to it to be certain. You can see his...
Or maybe if you've never seen a dwarf before.
I have. Very, very often. And his branches shake. And Roof, I would like you to make a dexterity saving throw. This isn't an attack exactly, though.
-1. Hey, look at that, 18.
So you get out of the way, and this huge apple just drops on the ground, and he says, as he's looking down, look at that. You got me so agitated that I dropped an apple by accident. That one was going to be a good one also. At least I thought so. And
I go up to the apple and lick it.
Okay. So you like lean down to do that?
Yeah, just like lean down and just go.
Oh.
He says, I know you're not disrespecting an apple in my presence. Have I mentioned this is a very large tree creature?
Arvin, with my nature knowledge, does this look like an ent to me?
It does indeed look like a treant, yes. If you had
sorry,
to guess.
excuse me.
That's okay. Because we don't want to violate copyrights here. And that's uncommonly kind of you. Yeah, no, it's not tree bird. But yes.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead,
I
Ryan.
wanted to ask, how big is this apple? Like, is this apple like actually big enough that I could like lean on it?
The apple is the size of your head.
Size of my head. All right. So okay.
I mean,
so
your
then,
dwarf
like,
head. I don't know how big your dwarf's head is.
I like lift up my leg so that like I can like perch my leg on
Captain
it, and then,
Morgan
like,
style, yes.
yeah, like and just like stare at the tree
Okay.
with a glimmer in my eye.
The treant kind of stares back at you. Juan and Eliana, you can tell that this exchange is not going as well as it might, as the treant and Ruff are staring each other.
I will talk with approach it, not quite. I'm not going to go up and peer into its face, but I will approach it slightly and say, uh, good Sir Treant, or sorry, just good Treant. Are you the guardian of this orchard, or have you? Are there any people in the area that you are allied with, or are you just here as a remnant after the goblins killed?
He kind of
the,
like he kind of, as you turn, you hear this like creaking as his branches and trunk moves, and he turns away from Ruff and looks at you and he says, I am not allied with anyone because no one is allied with me. I am, on the other hand, allied with nature, as I am a part of it. So if anyone harms, and he looks back at Ruff, harms nature in my presence, it will not go well for them. As for whether I'm their guardian, I suppose. I never asked for the job, but it's my job to protect them nonetheless. And I'm not Mr. Treant, by the way. My name is Macintosh.
Gosh.
I take my leg off the apple and stand up straight, and then I just kind of like do a like, understood.
And he sort of nods slowly and he says, so why exactly have you come here then, to this bakery? Have you come to pick more apples that have not been yet ripened, or to do whatever it is they call running things these days?
Who is it that calls things running things these days?
And he says, well, I don't know the details. There's some creatures in there, goblins, I think, but who cares? They don't pay any attention to me, which is a good thing. I did have one of them once who wandered out in my general direction, and I basically knocked him back through the door with an apple. That was the last they did. I have heard them sort of yammer in there on and off, and they don't take care of the place the way they should. But that's not my concern. It's up to the two-legged races, such as yourselves, to work out these problems. My job is to handle the living creatures who were here before you arrived and will be here after you've all left.
We're searching for Granny. Have you seen her?
Grammy. I suppose...
The one who used to run this bakery.
I remember Grammy. But the question is whether I should trust you. You don't look like goblins, but you clearly have problems with staring at people up close. And he kind of glances at you and he says, how can I know that you are truthful and trustworthy and that you don't, cut down trees with axes? And he kind of like glances briefly at Ruff. Your silence is deafening.
I don't know what trust I don't know what test you would trust for our being truthful. I can tell you that I am truthful, but what good does that do? But I will tell you anyway, we are not here. We are here to take Grammy to a safer place if we can. And if she's not around, we've been requested to find some of her recipes and take them back to people who will appreciate them.
And he sort of like looks you up and down slowly and he says, I will consider telling you what you wish to know if you can pass a very simple test. It's only one question.
Go for it, Macintosh. Give us the question.
And he sort of looks carefully and he says, all right. You're standing at the edge of a cliff. You're teetering at the edge of it, about to fall. And in front of you, you see one strong but lone sapling. Do you grab onto the sapling to break your fall or not? And he leans down and he says, my turn to look at your faces.
Well, the best way to capture balance when you are teetering is to lower your center of gravity, not to reach out for other things. So if I were teetering on the edge, I would drop into a crouch and push back a little. So, no, I wouldn't grab for the sapling.
And he looks at Juan and Ruff and he says, "And would either of you grab this lifeline from falling to certain death?"
No, I would not.
Nay.
I would die for the sapling.
And he looks at you. Now I have a question, Juan. Do you actually mean that, or are you attempting to deceive him into believing that?
Oh dear, did I freeze?
No, you're still there. I hear you. Can you still hear us? Hello?
You do appear to have
Oh,
frozen
now you froze,
Now
yeah.
now he froze.
I just thought he was trying to think of an extra way to answer the question about being, about being deceptive or not. Hang on a second. We have some technical difficulties. Of course, as this is all happening, Mac is getting much, far and more suspicious. Like, why are you delaying? Don't look away from me. Okay, I think. Oh, there we go.
Sorry about that, I froze.
There you are.
That's okay. Wait, for a minute, Wispy, I thought that you were just sort of like, I'll answer your question in just a minute, and then just like freeze, like without actually. So do you actually mean what you said to him? Because it'll make a difference with what I ask you to do. Like you would die for the sapling, or are you kind of like, let me just say that?
I'm a fighter. I'm a military man,
Okay.
according to my my chart.
Yep.
And I support the people. I would assume that this sapling would be my people.
Okay. So in that case, all right, I will take that into account in just a minute. Roof, last one is, what do you say to this question?
Nay, I would not reach out for the sapling. I'd be more likely to use a pick, jab it into the edge of the cliff to prevent myself from falling.
And he nods slowly and he says, "What if you hit a patch of moss?"
I would be very certain to aim for a spot that was rock only.
And he leans very perilously close. Okay, now what I would like each of you, please, to make for me a persuasion check. Wispy, if you look on your character sheet, you may see those skills actually listed on the sheet. If not, then all you're going to be doing is basically using your charisma modifier, so the little plus whatever it is underneath your main charisma score that's on your sheet, and you're going to add that to a D20 roll, which if you can do that in roll 20, and I can tell you how to do that if need be, that would be great. Okay, so Roof with the 8. Okay, I will keep that in mind. The sapling is the new trolley problem. I don't know what you mean, Prince Justin. I can't imagine.
+3 and I only get an 8.
Uh-oh.
Do you have no charisma, but like no bonus one way or the other, Triffin?
Oh. Charisma. -1 charisma.
7.
Oops.
Okay. A lot
do I
riding
roll?
on Wispy's roll.
How do I roll this D20?
So if you look at the left side of your screen in roll 20, you'll see that there's a little toolbar, like a vertical toolbar. And one of those is a little die icon, like a little D20. Should be on the left side of the screen, I think.
Well, it's like a D20. Yes.
Yep. And if you click on that, you'll see it'll pop up something. It'll show you basic rolls, which is just like images of a lot of the different dice, or advanced roll. And it says roll 1d20. And if you just put in that little +0, if you just add your charisma bonus, if any, or minus for that matter, and then hit roll.
Oh no.
1d20 +2, we have a 5. Okay. So he leans back and he says, "Surprisingly, I don't believe you. I think you all may claim that you would not try to use nature for your own purposes, but that seems unlikely. I won't stop you from going in there. You can do what you like. I don't trust them any more than I do you. But I can tell you that nature, for its part, will stay out here where it belongs, and you can stay in there where you belong. Just make sure you tell those creatures to stop harvesting the apples from these innocent creatures. And don't stare at people. And then he goes, and just goes stationary.
What if we attacked you instead of the goblins?
And in
for this
response,
information.
You hear, and looking up, you suddenly are horrified to see 1, 2, 3 massive apples plummeting towards your head. So what I would like you to do...
I was trying for an intimidation check.
I'm sure you were. He is not convinced enough to be in a position to be intimidated, I think. So what I'm going to ask you to do is to make a dexterity saving throw. 1 will count for all 3. There should be in there, it should list your saving throws on that sheet. If not, you can take just a dexterity check, which is, again, that D20 again, plus your dexterity bonus will do fine. If you want to do that instead.
Dexterity, oh, wonderful. Okay, back to rolling.
Well, so that 0, you sort of zigged when you should have zagged, unfortunately, Juan, and as you sort of dodge left, all 3 apples clock you on the head. You are going to take a total of 3 points of bludgeoning damage, 1 per apple. So you are down to 9 hit points. And you do not, he doesn't say anything, like you don't see his lips move, but you hear the whisper of something in your ear going, "Don't push your luck."
See? I would take the damage.
The tree is immovable and says nothing.
What's the matter with you? You don't threaten people for not helping you when maybe this tree has been through enough. Or maybe this Trent Macintosh.
It was worth a shot.
Oh, man. Can't get good service from the Apple Store these days. Okay. So, all right. Well, the 3 of you are, nonetheless, the tree is not, the tree ant is not hampering you. Mac is not hampering you. And you are now at the entrance. So let me just quickly bring over a couple of tokens for you folks to use. Let's see. So we've got this, first of all, searching purchases. Just a moment. Let's go with, no, we don't need a human female cultist. Come on, roll 20. Let's see. All right. Do you use a wispy, does Juan use a sword or an axe, or what kind of a weapon does...
Long sword and shield.
Long sword and shield. Fairly clear, I think. All right. Here you go. That is, to be clear, not to scale. Just a moment. Otherwise, you were the size of the tree, and then the intimidation would have been a lot different. Okay. So I'm going to turn this around. So we now have here Juan Raider and nameplate, and it's controlled by Wispy Song. Okay. So now you have this, and you should now be able to move around if you sort of like, hold and drag Juan around a little bit on the map. You should be able to control him now, Wispy. Let me know if that works. I think I gave you... yeah, there you go. It works. Huzzah. Okay. And then we've got... we have got an Elven Ranger. Right. No, not an elf male archer. Why would it have to be a male archer? Okay. Actually, I think I have... there we go. Huzzah. All right. And let me just give you control over that and also name it properly. Oh, come on. There we go. Right. Right. Okay. Eliana. All right. There's the nameplate. Controlled by Triffid. Lovely. Okay, Triffid, if you could just double check and make sure that's working for you, that would be great.
Yep.
Lovely. Okay, and last but certainly not least, we're going to bring up for Ruff. Okay. So this time they're like, how about a female cleric? I'm like, how about you do what I tell
Even
you?
if you just have a dwarf with a hammer.
Yeah. No, I should be able to find. I'm sure it'll be fine. Okay. What I'm trying to do is provide some consistency, so I don't give you like a flat 2D when I gave everyone else 3D. There we go. That is, I think, perfect. Even slightly bronze beardish, sort of. Okay, and that is Rough Bronzebeard. And there's the nameplate, and it is controlled by Shadowed Mage. There we go. Settings saved. Please let me know if that works out okay, Rough.
Yep.
Okay, so now that you're all set, we can bring us in here. Before I go on, I will just say welcome everyone who is watching D&D with viewers. As always, a good time. This is Grammy's Country Apple Pie, and I am joined by Wispy Song as the human fighter Juan Raider, with several bumps on his head at the moment. Eliana, we have Triffity Mats with Eliana, the Elven Ranger, of course, and we have Shadowed Mage with Rough Bronzeheart. I just did that for that extra music volume, just so you could get a real sense of it. It's really frustrating because no matter what I do for the stuff, you can control a playlist volume, but it doesn't take from Roll20 to Roll20. So when you bring it in, it's like goes right back to the same ridiculous over volume that it was before. So my apologies. Okay, that should be now better, I think. Okay, so. Yes, so Shadow Mage with Rough Bronzebeard. And if you like what you see in here, please follow us here in the channel. Please support by subbing and doing all the Patreon stuff. And please check out these lovely people with all the things they do. We will talk more about them at the end of the adventure. Okay, so you were all standing facing these doors. I will say, by the way, that these doors, like you can tell even without any checks, that the wood on the front of these is rotting. There's no question about it. They have seen better days. They've seen better construction for sure. But the door is theoretically anyway locked.
Okay. Well, who wants to give the door a try?
I will knock on the door with the pike.
Good God, you don't even give me a chance to listen at the door, but
You
he's
want to
already
listen? You want to listen?
What you hear
I
is
will let you listen.
It's too late.
No, it's fine. You would be able to step in if you wish. So go ahead and listen if you want. Make a perception check for me, please, Eliana here.
All right. Perception is a bit better than the others. $17.
Okay, whoops, sorry. Hit the wrong button. 1 second, just a moment. So I can put this in the right spot. Okay. So what happened to my thing? There it is. Okay. Right. Okay. So, what you see on the inside of this place, or what you can hear, I should say, inside this place, you don't hear anything, any obvious sounds immediately within the next spot, but you do hear things sort of from a little bit of a distance. So as if there's something further in, basically, to the place that has movement, but not at the moment anything that's obvious in terms of like right next to the room of the door that you're listening to.
And I relay this information. There's some noises in the background, but it doesn't sound like anybody is right behind the door.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Should anyone scout around the building, see if there's anything else that we should be taking note of?
I'd rather do that than just walk right in case it's full of goblins or something.
Oh, I guarantee it's full of goblins.
Well, then why were you going to knock? Were you just going to ask them to let you in and look for the recipe?
I wanted to see if the door was rotten enough to fall on its own.
All right, well, I'll head around the left side.
I'll head around the right side.
Outstanding. I already like where this is going. All right. So, Ruff splitting to the left, Eliana splitting to the right. You know, if all three of you just sort of plan this, you could all like run up parallel lanes, just like straight up the map, you know, and like whatever happens at the end of it, just to see what could go wrong. Okay, so let's see. Let's talk about now, Ruff. As you're going around on the outside, are you just sort of like looking? Or are you tapping on the sort of outside, you know, stone and brick and stuff like that, or what are you looking for in particular or listening for?
Yeah, I'm just trying to like inspect the stonework of the
Okay.
wall as I go along, trying to look to see if there's any like particularly noticeable like weak spots or like places where like the stonework may have been like starting to like cave or buckle.
Okay, sounds good. Eliana, what about you as you're heading up the right side?
I'm looking for bloodstains and signs of fights and disturbances, broken windows, anything like that.
Got you. Okay. And then Juan, while they're doing this, I was half joking. I mean, do you want to just be like, all right, then, like just go through the front door? You don't have to do that. It just struck me as a very funny concept. But no. But what do you want to be
Without
doing? while they're doing
support,
that?
I'm not going in the front door.
Okay.
I will try to listen at the door and see if there are any different noises depending on what happens with the others.
Okay, so you're gonna wait for like a few minutes or like a minute or so, and then just listen to wait for the screams in the background or something like that. That sounds like things are going well. I was in a DM pickup game once at a convention many years ago. This is like early *90s, and it was this guy had like whoever this was had planned like some very big like thing with like a fortress in the middle of this desert, and there was all this magical stuff, and it was like totally guarded by orcs, like a whole like squadron of orcs. And so one of the guys in my party, and it was like a level 6 or 7 something or other thing, and he's just like looks around, and we spend probably about 10-15 minutes looking for a good way to get in, and he's just like, well, this seems pointless, and he walks to the front and fireballs the front door. And so the entire like woo-doo woo-doo, like alarm bells, and like the next hour and a half was just fighting this slog of fighting a million orcs. And the punchline to this is, in the room where I was, where they were running this simultaneous at a bunch of tables, the designer of the adventure was walking around looking pissed off because like 70% of the tables had more or less done the same thing, where they were just like, I can't even. So like it was just orc battles everywhere. It's like, God damn it. Like, yeah, this like really good idea that I was like, yeah, no plan survives contact with the player. Anyway, it was funny. Right. So, okay, so Eliana's going to head up to the eastern side, Ruff to the western side. Juan is going to listen. Ruff, I'll come back to you. Or sorry, Juan, rather. I'll come back to you last. Let me start with Ruff. Ruff, I'd like you to make an investigation check. You can do this for me at advantage because you're looking for stonework specifically and you have some knowledge of these things.
Okay.
A whole room full of them is right. That's exactly right. Stop switching.
At advantage, you say, and this
Yes,
is
indeed.
investigation, which is intelligence.
Yes.
Okay, so that'll just be 2 of these. So 13.
Okay. Yeah, with the 13, you're able to tell that it doesn't look like there's a lot of weakness in the stonework, although it's far from impregnable. Like if you were to just sort of like, hammer away at a wall, you would probably get through it fairly quickly. But it isn't like paper thin, and it definitely was at one point well tended. You can tell that the stone is older, but it's well quarried, and well put together. So when they actually built the thing, they obviously meant it to last for a while. What condition it's in now seems less uncertain. Seems less certain. You can see that there are spots sort of like along the edges of the stone where like the grass is overgrown and stuff. So, maybe the last couple of months haven't been particularly kind to it. But before that, it's got good bones, as they say. So you don't notice anything in particular. And in fact, if you want to move your character up here, which is this sort of end of your little route,
Sure.
you don't really see anything in particular other than there are a couple of shuttered windows, and it's all one floor. I should have said before, it's a big building, but all on one floor, for the most part. Shuttered windows, but nothing that's open. Meanwhile, Eliana, as you're coming up to the right-hand side, I'm going to have you make an investigation check for me as well. You're not doing this at advantage. This is just have there been bloodstains? Have there been fighting going on here while I've been around?
Right. I would also like to check and see if I can find any like hidden cellars or anything like that.
Ah, yes. Okay. Yeah. So investigation should cover both of those, I think.
All right. I don't have any pluses in that, so it's just a straight D20. 11.
Okay. Yeah, you don't think that there's, as far as the bloodstains, you don't see anything like that. Although, again, as I mentioned with Ruff, on your side also, the grass is overgrown a little bit. It looks like it's been a couple of months. I mean, it's also October, so it's, past the growing, like the real growing season, but still there's grass there and you might expect it to be cut back a little bit or something. And it's kind of growing up. You can see some like little ivy, tendrils are sort of crawling up the walls in a couple of spots. And you don't find any secret cellar, but you do find here a set of doors which seem to lead to something beyond it. And you can tell that the doors, unlike the ones in front, which are like regular double doors, this actually seems to be more or less a sliding wooden door that sort of slides open. And let me have you make a perception check for me, please, actually, as you get there. 23. Yeah, you can actually see what look like cart tracks coming up to these doors and out the other side. In fact, there are a lot of cart tracks on that dirt path, which is, again,
Wait,
dirt
do
and
they
not
look like
gravel.
they're going inside the house or just up to the house and back again to the bakery?
They look like they're going inside.
Huh. Okay. But the doors are currently closed,
That is correct.
and I don't see any carts at the moment.
You do not.
Okay. Well, I'll listen at these doors.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check for me, please. I'm going to come to you in just a minute, Juan.
This time it's just a 10.
Yeah, nothing in particular. I mean, you do hear some movement, but it's sort of the same kind of sort of indeterminate sound that you heard in the front door. Maybe a little closer, but that's pretty much what you get out of it. And as you continue your circuit up here, you can see Ruff sort of staring at you from the other corner.
Okay.
So you all lock eyes, do some secret hand signals maybe. And I'm going to ask you two what you do in a minute. Juan, in the meantime, I would like you, please, to make a perception check for me as well. I think, again, you should have perception there on the sheet someplace. If not...
+2.
Okay, there you go. So then D20 plus 2 would get the job done.
Did I already roll it?
I see the D20. Okay, so +2, so you have a 16. That's not bad. Yeah, you do not hear any sudden you don't hear any sounds of fighting inside. But you do hear something a little bit, not right in the room next to you, but you hear something sort of close by that sounds a little bit like, it's a bit echoey, and it sounds a bit like,
They're not speaking orc, are they?
well, I was just about to ask that. No, they are speaking, well, what languages do you speak?
Human and orc.
Human and orc. Okay. So they're not speaking orc, although very much like, as we all know, orc is a romance language. So there are certainly similarities, orcish, between that and what goblin language would be. This goblin language, though, is sort of like, so you pick up a little bit like, tired maybe, and something about smell, tired, smell. They seem very bored, whoever these voices are. It does not sound like people who are like, to arms, like it doesn't sound anything like that. Whatever these creatures are, they seem bored, and kind of have these, as I say, like kind of type of voices.
Okay.
Now I'm going to ask
Tired
actually.
and bored.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just reiterating it's in my head.
Yep. Eliana and Ruff, are you heading back south at this point, or to reconvene, or what?
I would try to like. I can see Eliana. Like, we can see each other at this point.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I would try to like gesture at her and be like, "See anything?"
I'll wave him over and point at the cart tracks.
Okay, so then I'll head over her way.
Okay. Can do that. And you do indeed, once she points it out to you, you can see those cart tracks that seem to be, there's a couple sets of them going in and out, but they're definitely going like into the door, like into whatever this building here.
Okay. And then I just kind of shrug.
Yeah. I don't know. They could have just been deliveries from. How old do these cart tracks look?
You would guess that these are several months old, probably.
Okay.
And
So
and
they're probably
and they're
from
rutted.
deliveries
Yeah, I was
and
gonna say. Mm-hmm.
and sending out baked goods. So this is some kind of a entrance to the storage facility or something.
I would like the both of you to make perception checks for me, please, as you're talking to each other.
3.
17.
Okay.
Whoa.
Wow.
Ooh.
23.
The whole building just goes wireframe. You're just like, no.
I can see into the matrix.
I can see everything. Just light pours from your face. No. You actually don't, it's not from the building, but you almost have this sort of sixth sense, I would say, about this, actually, Ruff. And you also sense something weird, Eliana. And you hear a kind of you hear whispering, and it seems to be coming from, Ruff, in your case, behind you, the apple orchard up to the north, the portion of the apple orchard up to the north. The whispering is some strange language. This is where I ask which language both of you speak.
My sheet says common, dwarvish, and giant.
Okay.
Common,
that's a definite
Elvish. Right. Common, Elvish, Draconic, and Orcish.
no. Okay. So, so I would say, as you're listening to this, you're sort of like trying to figure out exactly what this picks up as. Like, you're just kind of like, what exactly? And you can hear occasional snatches of stuff that you completely understand, Eliana, in Elvish, and then words that are not. And so, do you think they say us? Not goblins, maybe. Just bring them in. That'll be funny. Like little things like that. Very high, sort of sparse, spare sounding voices. And they're like snatches of language that you understand and then into some language you don't quite, although it sounds familiar-ish.
So I lean close to Ruff and say, there's someone talking in Elvish. Like half the conversation is in Elvish and half is in something not quite Elvish. But we can hope that these are not hostiles like the goblins.
This is back in the trees.
Yes.
Should
I think maybe we should get
they might
Juan.
be helpful.
Yeah. And
Oh,
go instead of just attacking the bakery and what's inside it, we should see if we can talk with these watchers in the woods.
Yeah, I suppose we should go get that other guy.
Sorry, chat. My main screen froze for a moment. I was like, why have they not moved? They are moving. I'm looking at them. Now it's fixed. Okay, so you go down to get Juan.
Yep.
Yes.
All right, you can do that. Juan, assuming you agree to headlong back up with them, they can explain to you what it is they saw.
And I'll tell them that they were not heard.
Okay.
Okay.
So when you get back up here, you're back in this area now, and again you hear this, they're back. There's another one. What do you think he is? He's got a sword. That doesn't mean anything. And again, this is the only one who understands that at all is Eliana. What the rest of you hear is, actually, I think, Juan, what languages do you speak? I shouldn't assume.
Common and orc.
Yeah, definitely not. There is no commonality in this with either of these languages with orc.
Right. They're talking about what weapons we have, but they might just be worried about us attacking them. I think that I will have nothing drawn and hold my hands up and walk toward the orchard.
Okay. As you get sort of... Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Ruff. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, following Eliana's lead, I'll kind of strap my warhammer into along my back and put my hands up and follow her.
Okay. Sounds good. What about you, Juan?
I will put my longsword away, but keep my shield out and walk with them.
Okay. I understand the recent trauma as this. I was trying to avoid that. Okay. So as you get closer, the scent of apples is even thicker here, and you can see the older trees are arranged in these neat, orderly rows, but you can also see a bunch of, the best way to describe it would be kind of these gnarly saplings that look as if they've just been semi-haphazardly planted. Like someone was like, oh, I guess this is where the trees go, but they planted them at the wrong time of the year, and they're just not, And again, this whispering that I mentioned gets louder. You can see that there is an apple or two on the ground here. And suddenly, as you approach, Eliana, one of the apples lifts from the ground and just flies at you, narrowly missing your head. And then you hear not just whispering, but it missed. That's fine. I didn't want to hurt. I thought it's funny. Be careful. So you hear a combination of whispering, giggling, and maybe someone saying something like, "What the hell are you doing?" or the equivalent thereof.
So I tell Ruff and Juan, I don't think they meant to hurt me. I think these are mischievous creatures. Maybe some sprites or something like that.
I don't know. You hear something about someone asking what mischievous means.
I say, speaking to the trees, mischievous means playful and tricksy, liking to play tricks on people.
In what language?
I say it in Elvish.
Yeah. So you hear but Alora, all this stuff, right? And you're like, well, and then there is sort of a pause. And then sort of like looking out from behind one of the trees, you see peeking what looks at first like a sort of a maybe darker skinned, very very pretty female of some kind, you think. And then as you look closer, this looks sort of vaguely humanoid, but then as you look closer, you can see that the fingers are sort of longer, and a little bit maybe rough and knobbly, and that the body itself has just a little bit of almost like I guess you might describe it as a little bit of what looks like the clothing looks almost bark-like a bit. And the face, similarly, although, as I say, very pretty, has little wisps kind of in the angle of the eyebrows. You can see almost the sort of sensation of branches. In fact, the hands remind you slightly of branches, too. And one looks out from behind and says, You understand? We? It's little like, it's sort of struggled common, basically. And so it comes out, all of you understand that's like, you understand we, or something.
I understood some of you, not all of you.
Oh, well, is more of us here, and two other, like, like sort of like look out from behind trees. And the one who spoke first says, harm us, you?
No. And I glanced sternly at Ruff and Juan to make sure.
Fine.
I'm in defensive posture.
Okay.
We mean no harm to you. We're looking for the Grammy who used to run the bakery. But we understand that goblins now hold that building. We haven't decided what to do about that yet, but if you need help yourselves, maybe we can work something out. But if you know where Grammy is, we'd really like to help her.
I would like you to make a persuasion check for me, please.
All right. Don't believe I have any pluses. And my charisma is -1. So
I would make that a flat 0. I think that you've said enough to them.
Oh, okay.
So just make it a flat roll. Again, actually, before you roll, don't forget, chat, if anyone has an inspiration sitting around that they might use. Now, granted, Shire Adventures and Ghost of Saltmarsh is coming up on Tuesday as well. But if you have an extra one sitting around, you could certainly use it at this point, if you wish. He said momentarily. Prince Justin has inspired Triffid.
I assume I am not allowed to do this.
So the rule on that is that you're allowed to inspire another person in your party, but not yourself. So that's basically the way that works. So you could inspire Eliana or Ruff, although in this case, Prince Justin has inspired Eliana, which is logical. And so Eliana, there you go. Thank you, Prince Justin. So you now have an inspiration. You don't have to use it here, but you could. So
my high score is a 13.
Okay. So you have a 13, not a 6. Yeah. So when you say that, they kind of like kind of look and then gradually come out and walk forward. They are a little bit smaller than an elf would be, sort of slimmer of feature and very graceful. But as they walk, you can see they have bare feet, but the way that their toes, which are sort of elongated, they almost feel like they're kind of pulling into the ground like roots as they walk. And they come up and they sort of like, there's 3 of them, and one each circles each of you, and they're kind of like, not threateningly, they look like they're just sort of like, kind of looking at you, and then one of them sort of like points at Juan's shield, and then they sort of look and then they giggle. And then one of them points at Ruff's warhammer, I think you said, and kind of, and sort of like goes like, like, kind of a hammering motion, and then everyone sort of giggles again. And then they finally, the one that's looking at you, who's the one you spoke to, Eliana, sort of looks at you kind of up and down and then says, why hear you?
Sorry, Irvin, did you say, why hear you?
That is indeed what they said.
I already told them. I look at Ruff and Juan. We want to help Grammy the baker.
And they nod. So she nods and she says, you said Grammy. Yes. Grammy not gone forever. Not here now.
Ooh.
And sort of shakes her head.
So Grammy died?
Nods. And the one who's talking to, yes, while ago, before goblins. Just
So goblins not cause.
no, just old. Happens. And they giggle.
Goblins bad?
And the one sort of like, meh. Goblins smell and ugly and hurt things sometimes, and they plant trees and don't know how, and bad. Not they. You kind of get the sort of weird. You don't get the impression from the way they describe, sort of, if you can kind of trace it out, but you don't think that they're saying that the goblins like try to hurt them, but they're just incompetent and don't know what they're doing, and like they're annoying, and they're not caring. You get the impression they liked Grammy a lot better than they do the goblins. In fact, one of them says, Grammy brought here us. Like
Where
invited
Gra-
them or something. Go ahead.
Where's
Sorry.
Grammy now?
And they sort of like shrug and they say, where mortals go.
Did she bring you here willingly? Were you willing to come here?
Yes, safe place, apples, forest, and other creatures. Take care of nature here. Our trees. There is Macintosh, friendly, kind, will help, gentle, and like just says all this stuff that rough, like you're describing, like, the guy at the store who like cursed you out and told you to get out of the store was just like, what a gentle family man he was. Like, is the way it seems.
Would you like if goblins gone?
And they all nod and they say, and the one who talked to you originally, Eliana, says, well, goblins don't, well, they didn't hurt, but they're dumb and bad. They annoying. They can't. And she kind of at one point trails off and then just sort of helplessly points at the saplings of like these apples that are like, I mean, they're like not even rooted correctly, like the like a couple of them are leaning over and whatever. And this is, what is this? Like, just sort of is like, what is this really? Type of thing. And they say, the three of them sort of look at you and then whisper to each other. And then there seemed to, like, one of them is like, and the other one's like, and the one who spoke to you, Eliana, turns back and says, again in this sort of like very broken common, can tell where Grammy stuff is, help us leave them, goblin? You're like, something about, you don't quite get it, something about help them do something and maybe they can help you find Grammy's stuff, but you don't know what that means exactly.
I put my shield away, grab an apple, and hand it to the nymph, the dryad.
Okay. And the dryad sort of takes it and looks at it, and it's actually the one sort of looks at it and says, and clearly doesn't speak any common at all, and just sort of takes the apple and makes a motion like throwing, and then is like wasn't me, and then sort of looks over to one of the other ones, and the other one is like studiously avoiding attention, like not, and just like, and the other one is like very, dramatically indicating like who actually threw it, and the one who's talking is paying no attention to this, as the other two are doing this, and so yeah.
Oh, look here. I've never heard of goblins behaving like this, trying to plant trees, even if they're not doing it well. And they're not the one, they didn't kill Grammy. I'm not sure we need to go in and kill these goblins. Maybe they just need a teacher. But certainly our higher priority is getting the recipe if we can, and also helping these gentle creatures. Do you say you need help to move, to go elsewhere?
And they shake their heads. No, home here, place, this. And they kind of gesture towards the trees.
But you need us to help. How?
And so the one, they're sort of thinking about it, and they whisper, and then one of the ones who isn't talking, hasn't talked yet or hasn't spoken, in common, runs over to one of the older trees and lifts herself up as high as she can go on her tiptoes and like indicates the tree, and then comes over to the little like saplings and like does the, like bends down and then stands up with the universal symbol of one of these things is not like the other type of thing, and is like, and then points at the little one and is like, and points at the big one. And then finally points at the building.
Okay, so we get it. The goblins did a rotten job of planting these trees. Let's see. Can I figure out some better way, some way that we could replant these trees or make them
it would take
grow better?
It would take a long time. You wonder if there's this part of this isn't sort of thinking a little bit about whether you can figure out a way to like make it so that they plant right the next time, like so that it's not just like whatever they're doing. Like 'cause the dryad, obviously these creatures are too scared to come out to like talk to the goblins directly. They're too shy.
Right.
And the goblins don't know what the hell they're doing. So there's kind of a problem since the dryads are like, this is not how you do this. And the goblins don't know that they exist.
But I don't think the dryads want us to drive the goblins away necessarily.
Maybe not. They don't seem to know.
They just need them to become less incompetent. Well,
Just go knock on the door and see if they become hostile or not.
yeah. I think so. I think we should try talking to the goblins.
If things go completely sideways, I don't feel bad about caving in a goblin skull with my hammer.
I can
Right.
speak. I can speak Orc. Can anyone else speak Goblin?
Just Orcish, but maybe they speak Orcish. Or Common, for that matter.
They probably speak common. I've known
We
a few
can try.
goblins.
Okay.
Let's see.
Don't do business with goblins. They try and cheapskate you.
Well, we're not trying to do business with them. Exactly.
I could try to whip him into shape.
We could show them, or I could show them. I'm not sure how much y'all know about planting trees, but I could help show them something about the trees. Yeah, I think we should try to talk with them. I would probably be the least threatening looking person Except that are goblins natural enemies of elves? Would they naturally assume I'm hostile any
Not
more than a human?
No, I wouldn't say necessarily. The question is, there is a lot of suspicion of goblins in these so-called civilized lands, and frankly, Eliana, there's been sometimes some suspicion of elves too in these so-called civilized lands, and that was wrong. That was just as wrong. Goblins are there's a lot of interactions with a lot of cultures, and so it's not necessarily the case that they're like absolute enemies in this area. But certainly you've also fought, your share of them. Sometimes goblins are do not love nature and do not care about preserving it. So it's kind of a mix.
Okay. Well, I think I would probably be less threatening.
Oh, I would be threatening.
Yeah. So I will knock on the door and say, hello, the house. And you two, please back me up. With your weapons ready, but not actually raised in attack posture. More like sword out, but pointing down. Like that.
Sure.
Okay.
You sure you don't want me to try to whip them into shape? Be like their commander?
Well, then you would be stuck here. Forever. I mean, or for as long... And do you want to become their commander?
I could get them to do what I want, I'm pretty sure. I speak Orc, I'm intimidating, and I'm a fighter.
Well, let's hold that idea in reserve and just try talking with them first before we try intimidating them.
I had this image of Eliana being like, all right, so you want to speak, and then listen up, maggot. Like, it's just like at the same time. You don't understand. Okay, now question, which doors? Because there's actually two sets. You've got the cart path one here, and then you've got the front doors, the ones that were semi-rotting.
In case we can't find a common language, I want to be able to point to the badly planted saplings. So okay. I think the closer doors are the ones that I want to knock on.
Okay. All right. So you head over to the door, and if you kind of like doof 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 doof, type of thing.
And I also talk. I say hello, the house. I don't just beat on the door.
Okay. And I'm sorry, you said what? You say hello, what?
Hello, the house.
Okay. So there's a moment's sort of pause, and then you hear like sort of a discussion, and then someone comes.
Oh, I would have said that in common first, but I'll repeat it in Orcish.
Okay. When you repeat it in Orcish, make an insight check for me, please. I think I'm going to do this at disadvantage because you make this one a disadvantage because this is kind of a stretch. But
all right, insight. Okay.
So we're looking at a 6, plus your wisdom, I guess. So.
Sorry, I
wait, what?
Well, it's the.
It's that first one, right? The 6 to the 13.
I think the 6 plus 13 was from before.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I looked at the
so
wrong thing.
8 plus 11, but that was my raw score, so it's plus 5. So 11 plus my plus 5 in perception would be a 16.
Would be a 16. Okay, but this is.
Wait, no, you said
insight,
disadvantage. So
an insight, yeah.
So 13.
13. Okay. So you get the impression that when you said the Orcish part, the sort of tenor of the conversation, they were like, before they were just like, nah, 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 and then they heard that and they're like, like someone's chuckling about something that you said. Exactly, Proxima. And then something comes over, and slides open the door. And I will reveal now part of what you see. So, first of all, let me make sure that don't want to reveal too much. Okay, right. What you see here are a couple things. First of all, the room that you're looking into is a room with bare stone floors and plain walls, and there's an empty wagon which stands abandoned in the room gathering dust, and you can see that it almost like directly correlates with the cart tracks, like the same width, if you had to guess, that were on the road outside. And you can also see packing and shipping pallets that stand ready to be loaded onto the wagon, probably. There's a door to the south, and in front of you, you actually see not one, but two. Hold on a second. You see two things, which I'll tell you about in a minute as soon as I tell my daughter good night. Okay. You see not one, but two goblins. There we go. That's what. Oh, shoot. I had it, and then I hit enter again for no reason. One second. Okay. Let's go with. No, that's too much. It's too much. Let me sum up. No. Oh, it's some from the Lost Mine of Fendelver. Not that you have any, connection to that or anything that would be associated with that sort of things. Okay. There we go. That's more what I was looking for. Okay. So you see standing at the door, clearly to scale, this goblin, which is the entire room. No. Okay. You see two goblins standing in front of you. And they both have short swords, kind of rusty short swords. But you notice that although they look like sort of what you would expect goblin warriors to look like, they have necklaces of teeth around their necks. But you also notice something odd, which is that both of them are wearing what look like flowered aprons. And so they're all sort of like doing this facing you. And then one of them is like... It's a goblin Amazon fulfillment center. No, but that's extremely funny. No, it is not a goblinoid Amazon fulfillment center. It's not nearly that evil. So they both look at you, and one of them says, sort of in rough common, not quite as bad as the dryads were attempting in their case, but they say, bakery not open. Deliveries soon. Maybe. And one of them reaches for the sliding door to close it. And if you do nothing, they will. They will just like.
Yeah, I put a hand up to stop the door from moving and say, I want to talk with you about the trees.
And they look at each other. Trees?
Did you plant those young trees, the small trees?
Yes. And one of them says, good land stored. And they say this word stored. Stored, land stored.
Good land, yes, but the trees aren't right.
It's trees in ground, up towards the sky, land stored. And he points both. Stored. They point at two of them. Like each of them, and they sort of nod, looking very pleased with themselves.
Land stored. I don't know what that means. What exactly is wrong with the trees? They're crooked or
I mean, like the better question is what isn't wrong with them? Like they're planted too close together. Like in some cases it looks like they just threw some planted them in a circle and they're kind of clustered as they grow up. They're underneath the shade of the older trees, so there's no sun there. They're the roots are shallow. The whole thing is just a disaster. Ah.
Um,
Prince Justin may or may not have the right of it.
uh-huh. Eh, trees not grow well. Too close together. Wrong places. I show you better.
Eh. And one of them's like, busy. Plant trees again other day. Deliver later. Back to the town. We will. Land stored. And then they start to like close the thing again.
I look at my companions. Any of y'all have any ideas? I don't know what I'll tell them. I am not a diplomat. I'm a loner.
I'll hold the door open.
Eh?
In Orc, you maggots, plant now. Replant now.
And they kind of stare at you for a moment, and then one of them goes, "Roar, roar, 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 roar," and they burst into laughter. Now, you could also, I should say, now, unlike the situation with Mac, you could attempt an actual intimidation if you want. Be aware that at the moment, they seem to think, you don't get the impression that they're mocking you. You get the impression that they think you're joking, actually, Juan. So you could intimidate them. Be aware, though, just be aware, that would clearly be perceived as a hostile act. So I'm just letting you know that if it doesn't work, it's the kind of thing that could piss them off. Right now, they just seem to be like, you know, aren't you funny type of guy.
Well, they're pissing me off, so. Intimidation +4. Where is the place to roll?
Yeah, if you have the D20, and you can do the +4 if you want. Ooh, I believe that was meant to be a +4, not a plus or -4. So I'm guessing that's actually a 22. So they kind of like, they look at each other and like, and then one of them looks a little nervous. Is like, and then they sort of look up at you and they're like, one of them says, leader, and kind of points at you.
Waiting on me. Yes.
I
was waiting to see if
no, it was
anyone
great.
would
It was
say
great.
anything
There's
else.
like this big awkward silence where you're just staring at them, and they're like, "Yes," like, and so they're like, and they're like, and they kind of shake their head, and then they go, and they wave you, come, and they turn around and they walk to the southern door in this room. They seem to be asking you to follow them.
I will follow.
That presumably is everybody.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Okay. So they come down to
I'm
the
keeping
door.
a hand on like my hammer.
Yeah. So their door opens to reveal a pretty good sized room. Let me see if I can not show all of it. That would be really lovely. Marv. Okay.
Oh, I have to go somewhere else.
Okay, so this seems to be part of what looks like a big central hall. And I will describe it in some detail momentarily. As I reveal. And I reveal even more. Okay. Okay, almost. You found the open to reveal much of map pathway. Okay. So technically wouldn't be able to see this unless you were close to it, but we basically get the idea from these ones. Okay. So, and they lead you into this room. Now, in this room, when they walk in, there are a couple of things to note, which is that this is obviously the bakery floor. It is a wide open space with high ceilings with exposed wooden beams, and there's sound that's echoing throughout the room. And there are two stone rooms which stand to one side with heavy barred doors keeping them closed. Between them, there is a small glass cabinet with an even smaller mallet hanging on a chain. There are 6 long workbenches which fill the center of the room. These are the ones that you see here, which are covered with all kinds of like pie tins and rolling pins and other baking equipment. And what's odd about them is that some of the rolling pins are still rolling lazily back and forth, even though no one is actually using them. Like they're just doing this on their own. There are dulled knives chopping at presumably apples on these cutting boards that clearly there are no apples, though. Clearly there haven't been any here in a while. And on the other side are 6 massive ovens, and their doors are still opening periodically, again, with nothing opening them. So every so often, just and then close again. Tall chimneys rise from each oven to pierce the ceiling overhead. The whole area is an absolute mess. This is not the work of a professional baker. And it looks as if someone has been, if you had to guess, been trying and failing to teach themselves to make pie, if you had to guess. And there are, while I'm on the subject, I shouldn't bury the lead, there are a lot more goblins in here. There's one here, one here, one here, one here, one here, one here. There's another one here. Have I mentioned there's another one here? Also, there are a couple here. Like, basically, this entire room is filled with goblins, but all of them they are all wearing these flowered aprons. And you can see they're sort of like running over to the ovens periodically, and then they like look at the ovens and look at each other and then yammer at something. Some of them are trying to put pie tins into the oven doors, but like barely avoid getting their arms, like stuck in the oven door because the door slams, right? There's like, just a mess of flour and sugar, and like there's a bunch of like mushed apples on the ground as well, and like the whole place looks like almost like chaos. And above all of them is one larger figure, who I will put here. He is larger than the others. He's not enormous, but he is larger than the others. But the reason that you note, he has his arms folded, and he's looking at all of them, and he kind of has what looks like maybe sort of a kind of a toothy grin maybe on his face. And he is wearing a large and possibly gold-encrusted chef's hat. And he's just arms folded, staring at this thing going on. And the 2 goblin guards sort of go over, and they wait as you sort of take this all in. Now, before they seem to be, it looks like they're heading towards the guy in the big chef hat. So you could do something else before if you wish. Like if you wish to be like, have at you, and, aggro the entire room, you could certainly do that. I might advise against that. Orc Fortress, reminder of story previously. But no, you could do that. You could certainly do that. Or you could go elsewhere in the room, but they seem to be leading you in that direction.
By bigger, do you mean like, so like, is it obvious if he's like still just like a regular goblin, or is he like a hobgoblin?
He might be a hobgoblin. He looks, he definitely looks tougher and bigger. You wouldn't say, though, more brutish, because every time you keep thinking like, well, they're more, then you're like, you see the chef's hat and you're like, I just can't put together in my head, And the hat is also tilted at an angle, like almost as if you can tell every so often he reaches up and adjusts it, like he's trying to get it angled just correctly,
Okay.
So, assuming that, you all just are like, all right, I'm just going to go along with this thing.
Well, I say
it's up
to
to
the
you.
others, if these goblins are kind of like deserters or something, anyway, they look like they want to be cooks and bakers instead of raiders. Maybe we should encourage that.
Sounds good to me.
If only we can figure out how to help these people.
But like, you said that like there were things like at the tables that seemed to be like working on their own.
Yes.
Some kind of magic or haunting.
I would want to bring up a point that like, well, doesn't it seem kind of suspicious that there's these things down there that seem to be operating by magic?
Grandma magic.
Yeah, maybe Grandma's magic lives on. We need to find her books and
Perhaps.
recipes and figure out. Maybe she has better instructions for planting apple trees. I'm not a farmer. Maybe she left instructions behind, or recipes, or instructions on how to do the magic. I don't know. We need to figure that out.
As you're discussing this, one of the goblins runs over to the big goblin, who's kind of like arms folded, looking sternly down at them. Although, as I say, every so often kind of goes back and forth between smiling and being stern. And the goblin brings over this thing and sort of and sort of nods and bows and kind of steps back. And the goblin sort of stares down at the pie tin, and sort of looks at it, and then pulls out with great flourish, whoosh, a fork, not a knife, a fork, and sort of slowly places the fork in and picks it up. And even from where you are, you're probably about 30 feet away, you can see just like it's just liquid. Like he just picks it up and it just drips through, and he looks at them and just shakes his head and lowers it and hands the tin back. And the goblin handed it looks like extremely disappointed and turns around and like walks away sheepishly. And the goblin, the big goblin, is sighs heavily. And the guards bring you over, and talk in Goblin. Juan, you maybe pick up like a word or two of outside and something about trees. You can't quite pick up what they're saying, but it's something like that. And then, then the last word is they point at you and say leader, and then shrug. And the big chef's hat goblin sort of turns to face you, and looks at you. And you can see by the way that his mouth is, at first you think that his mouth has got like sort of blood stains, and then you're like, wait, you think it's actually probably some kind of sugar, an apple maybe? It looks like he's been trying a lot of apples, apple pies. And he sort of stares at you and is kind of like, They tell me that you're trying to get us to make better apple trees. He's definitely like still a little like broken, but much better than even the guards. And this is in common that he says this.
Say in orc, make better apple trees.
And he kind of like blinks and he said, how? You just plant them. And it's to plant trees to make apples. What? And he kind of shrugs, like as if you just said, like, what's the stupidest that, like, well, of course you just plant trees, like, what's the problem?
Did he well, I would speak the
also
language
in common.
either way.
Yeah, he continued to respond in common, not in orcish.
Okay. So I'll say trees need better planting. Also, I kind of gesture at the kitchen.
Show you.
You need help. We help.
And kind of looks, everything fine. And you hear, oh, and then you see that someone has dropped a pie tin on their toe and they're kind of hopping around in one end of the room. And he says, we're fine. The problem is cooking. Cooking's not right. Can't get cooking. Need pies. Very important. Pies. And make an insight check for me, Eliana, as you're looking. Actually, Juan, you can make this too. Insight would be wisdom here. So if you want to add 20 and then add your wisdom score, unless you have an insight skill that you can see, in which case that works too.
Just a 9 is all.
Okay. Yeah, just, sort of like, just seems to be very intense about the pies. That's for sure. Oh, sorry, was that? Oh, no, Wispy did not roll it yet. There we go. So 13, and you just have a 0. You have no bonus on the wisdom there, Juan?
I have no not perception, insight.
Okay.
And wisdom is 0.
Okay, that's perfect then. So yeah, you get the impression, Juan, that like they really like these pies. Like you get the impression the boss is like, this big goblin is like, we need to make pies. We want these pies a lot. Like they're a little intense about it.
Me make pies. Me make you make pies.
And he kind of looks around and, me make you, what? No, we make pies. We make pies for us and people. Best pies. And he kind of nods confidently. You hear the sound of a shriek as a goblin has apparently cut his finger with a knife. Which as you look over is still chopping, apparently, like whether an apple is there or a goblin is there, And he says, problem is bacon.
Crust. We're crust.
And when you say that, his eyes light up. That's problem. And he turns around and he walks over to one of the tables, and he brings he sort of shows you this pie crust which has been floured, and the pie crust is kind of a disaster anyway. Like it's sort of like all like lumpy and not whatever, but at least it's kind of together. And he says, now crust. Fine crust, right? Like, I mean, it's not that fine, but okay. This is hostile work environment, yeah. So he brings it over. To the closest oven, that one that's farthest to the north there that you see. And he kind of waits and sort of like looks, and you wonder what he's waiting for. And then the door opens by itself, and he quickly brings it inside and snatches back his hands just in time as the thing goes and like closes again. And he sort of nods at you and sort of in a self-satisfied way, and he says, and then he like gestures, and on the top of the oven you can see a bunch of like half-baked messes like in pie tins. They all looked like they haven't been cooked at all, like they haven't been baked in the least. And when you're here, you also notice they're not hot. I mean, the ovens are supposed to be warm and stuff. They're kind of warm, but they're not hot for sure. And so the goblin looks exceedingly frustrated, and he's like, not working. Need better pie crust? Bake it. And he sort of nods. And then the oven door opens again, and he grabs it out again. So it's been in there for like 45 seconds. And he like shows it to you, and of course it looks exactly like it did when he put it in. He's like, see?
Not good.
And he nods furiously. And he actually calls a guard over, and he sort of points to you, Juan, is like, listen to him, listen. And he like babbles in goblin. See, say again. And he points to you. Say it again.
Not good.
See, pies. Right, yeah, not your. And he points at the goblins. Your pies, not good. And like the goblins are like, gesturing.
I ask, when you come here, any bakers already here? Building empty?
And
Any people?
and he nodded and he says, "Yes. Person who owned, dead. Didn't kill her, was just dead. In room, asleep. Well, not asleep, dead. And then we couldn't find, no one else was here, and there were some pies that were made." And he pauses for a moment, and pie was delicious. Something from a different, and like he's gone for like at least 30 seconds. He's just in a reverie about this pie. And he pauses and he says, "For everyone." And as you look, you get this moment, like all of a sudden you notice there's a very eerie silence. And as he looks down, you see all of the goblins in the room are all having a simultaneous, just like staring up at the ceiling, you know, like, wow, what a great time that was. He's like, "But then we ate pies and then they were gone. Wanted more. Thought we'd make them. Got apples. Planted trees. And pie crust, and then the oven like more opens again. And yes, trying harder, work harder, want to have pie, must have desire. Desire makes food. Food makes pleasure." And he used to get the impression this aphorism has like carried him through.
Which room was the old baker in?
And he points at this one over here. He says, "There is where we buried Grammy now. She was dead and would have smelled. Not good for bakery. We want clean, pass health department standard."
Yes, good. But I want to go look at that room and see if I can find papers in it.
Yeah.
Okay. And he says, "Whoa. Very sacred place. Can't just let you in there. Solve our problem, maybe let you in. Solve problem." And he points at the ovens and he says, "Problem. You can fix. Maybe."
I'll go over and look at the ovens.
Yeah, they're definitely warm, for sure, Juan, but they're definitely not hot. They are not at all hot enough to bake a pie. And they seem to be, now you don't know how they're heated, but they seem to be, clearly they're magical in some way. But there's also something strange about them in that you can kind of like, you see them opening, like, you know, you watch, they open like every, I don't know, 10 or 15 seconds. They close every 10 or 15 seconds again. That's all fine. But then as you're sort of looking at them, you can see a flash of something in there. Like you know, it almost looks like you're like, oh, that must be like, that's just fire or whatever. But it seems like it's more than that. Like you think you just catch it out of your eye, but there's something maybe moving around, but that's probably impossible. It's the middle of an oven. So yeah.
Looking for a name.
Must resist metagaming.
I mean, you could, as far as that goes, you could also look.
Eliana and Orcish. Eliana, come check to see this magical oven.
I look around for something I can prop an oven door open with.
Okay. There's rolling pins. If you can, you may need to take them though. You don't know how like resistant they will be to being removed, but you can try.
I also have a hand axe. Could I take my hand axe and like shove it in like the edge of the oven door?
Sure.
So I can like look in.
Sure. You can
right.
do that.
Good.
So that's what you want to do?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you to make a dexterity check, please, because these things, and as you start to put something in, it starts to close immediately.
Oh boy. $11.
Okay. I would say you avoid having your hand slammed but it doesn't quite, like, you just snatch it back before it slams shut. You do think it's possible to do this. You just think that you're not quite, didn't quite have the dexterous quality necessary to get it in there.
Right. I don't really want to risk my short sword, so I will try to grab a rolling pin and see if I can take it away from the table.
I will ask you to make a strength check for me, please. As the thing is rolling back and forth, you're like pulling at it, and it's like inexorably trying to, go back the other way.
Can I get like I'd like to ask Juan to like help me so that I actually have two hand axes and like jam them on like both sides of the oven door.
Okay, sure. I will give you a chance to do that in just a second.
And I got a 14 with
okay.
getting a rolling pin.
Let's see. This is an opposed roll. I'm about to see what this rolling pin thinks of that. The rolling pin critically succeeds in pulling away from you. Literally just rolled a crit. It's like, like it's just like, ah. I mean, you don't get hurt or anything, but it's just like, at least that rolling pin did. There are, of course, other rolling pins elsewhere. The goblins also are giving you kind of funny looks. Like, they're not stopping you, but they're like, what is the problem? Eliana, I'll ask what you want to do as sort of like an alternate option, or if you want to try again, and then I'll come back to Juan and Ruff about the double axe thing.
I will come and help Juan and Ruff triple team one of these ovens and
okay.
see if we can force it to stay open so we can see inside.
I love it.
Is
okay,
there a glass window on this door?
There is not. No, they are metal, like all the way. So the whole thing is metal, including the doors, not glass.
Okay, I'll help Ruff.
Okay.
Make sure we get one open for a while.
So let me have all three of you make dexterity checks for me, please. Basically a group dex check, which means all of you are making them separately. This is kind of like the persuasion thing, except let's see if we can, do more in that regard. Okay. So Shattered, you're like, I got it. Whoa. Okay.
Would this
I got
be
a 14.
athletics?
Fail.
Would this be athletics?
Dex, he said. Oh, maybe athletics.
Yeah, let me think about that. Yeah, I'll give it to you. I'm tempted to say acrobatics, but no, athletics I'll allow. Yes. I have no more inspirations. Prince Justin said sadly. Yeah, Ruff, like sometimes, maybe you should have like focused more in the kitchens of your youth, but. All right, so we're looking at, we got a 12, a 14. Okay, so this is what I'll say. I think that will work, but Ruff, you're going to take 1 point of damage as your finger almost gets slammed in between the axe and the door.
Yeah, fair.
But you do manage to get it in. Now, what happens is the oven, like, there's this terrible sound of like tortured metal as like it's definitely pushing against the axes. But it does give you a moment. You can see that there's definitely fire dancing inside, which is weird because the thing's not very hot, as I've already said. Warm, but not hot. But the thing is now open.
Does it look like a flame, or does it maybe look like some kind of flame, salamander or imp or some creature?
If you bend down slightly, you don't have to get right next to it, but if you bend down and look inside, you might be able to see.
I do so.
Okay. When you look inside, you can see a creature which is sort of like peering out at you. And it looks like that. And it's sort of peering out at you. And you can see that it's got a little... First, you'd think you have to blink twice to see. You think it's got a little chair that it's sitting on. And there's a little table next to it. And on the table is a little like almost like a drink of something, like if you like a little glass, and it's staring out at you, and of course these axes are like, and the creature is, and then it starts like yammering at you. Let me see, I should double check and make sure I know about what this actually is in terms of what it speaks. Do you... okay. Yes. The languages that we're talking about here are not languages that either of you would know, that any of you would know. To be clear, it is definitely a language that you have not heard before. But it is definitely, as you see it here, these sort of fiery wings and this sort of long nose. It's not very large, but it seems to be very comfortably sitting at the back of this oven. And it seems to be sort of very displeased that you've opened its door. And one of the you hear behind you this voice that says, that is that problem? And it's the boss goblin, the chef goblin, the baker goblin, I should call him. I think you're muted.
Yes, problem.
Trivet.
Don't know yet.
What do you need in common?
You say to the thing in the
The
oven.
imp.
Okay.
Yeah, to the thing in the oven.
The imp stares at you and doesn't seem to have understood what you said.
In Orcish, then, what do you need?
And it kind of stares at you and then again doesn't seem to have understood that either.
I imitate how the door keeps swinging open and close, and I do a shrug motion.
And make a make a performance check for me.
I don't think I have anything in that. Let's see.
I wanted to say persuasion, but you're not trying to convince it. You're just trying to get across something to it.
No, I have nothing. So what would that be? Charisma?
Yes, performance would be charisma. Yep.
Oh, that's a -1 for me. Still a 12.
So it kind of and sort of squints its sort of already squinty eyes and kind of like looks at you and then stands up, and you can see behind it, you think you catch sight of like a little cushion, like maybe a flame resistant cushion on its seat, and it walks over and it points to the two axes and it goes meh, meh, and then points at the door meh, meh. And then it sort of puts its arms around it like it's cold.
I will pantomime drinking and then shrug my shoulder.
And so he kind of looks at you and kind of yammers, and then sort of imitates you and shrugs your shoulders, and then looks at you as if have I made a breakthrough? Does it he's trying to, maybe this is the word of their people. That he doesn't, you get the impression he's doesn't know what you're saying, but is sort of trying to help. Also is shivering slightly. And the boss behind you says, well, kill that, problem solved, and nods sagely. And
no, must not kill.
What?
Magic of furnace must stay.
Oh.
Anything here to drink?
And says, and kind of looks around, and then yammers something in Goblin, which sounds faintly like drink in Orcish to you, one. And several goblins come hurrying over with glasses of something, and it seems to be some kind of cool liquid. And hands you a glass.
Against better judgment, I will smell it.
Smells like just normal water, you think. Doesn't strike you as having any unusual properties.
Offer it to the imp.
Okay. So you kind of put it in the
oven.
Creature looks over at it and and then sort of suspiciously sniffs it, and then and then starts yammering at you. Seems a little
That's
irritated.
not it.
and then points at the door. It's like pushing, like pointing at the axes. The axes, by the way, are like you're making sounds that no metal axe should make. You don't know how long this thing is gonna hold.
We should let him be.
All right.
Ralph, let's pull the axes.
All right.
Okay, so you're able to pull them out and boom, slam. And then about 15 to 20 seconds later, they open up again, and then just as promptly close. I also would like, let's see, who should I ask for this? Let me have all three of you make a perception check for me, please, as this oven is closing and opening. Okay, we have a 13 out of rough.
So that's
14.
just that's perception, not adding the skill based.
No, that is like whatever your perception, which I think you said was +2 for you, that would be the same here.
Okay.
That's a 14 for me.
14, 13, okay. And I will wait to see what we get from Juan. 14, 13, and whoa.
Ooh.
Whoa.
So Ruff and Eliana, you are kind of like, you're kind of like, something's off about this thing, like, closing and opening. But it occurs to you, Juan, as you're sort of standing next to this and kind of watching this thing open and close, that there's no way an oven is going to heat up the way that you need it to if it's opening every 15 seconds. Like, it can't possibly build up the heat that's necessary to actually cook anything in there. And so it's just being kept warm but not hot by this. And all 6 ovens seem to be doing this. And as you glance very quickly at the oven next to it, you think there's another one of these things in that one too. If you had to guess, every one of these ovens has one of these creatures sitting in it.
Well, we've tried forcing the doors open. Can we figure out if there's a way if we can force them to stay closed for a while?
I don't think that's a good idea. I think we should make a proper crust in a pie tin and see if that makes any difference.
I don't see how when we can't bake it if it doesn't get hot inside the oven.
It might not reject it if it's a better pie crust.
I lean towards seeing if we can force the ovens to stay closed.
Why don't you work on the pie crust then, and we'll work on keeping the ovens closed?
Okay.
This is the part where I'm like, I need to think about what I use as a cooking skill. Let's see. Baking 5e. Let's see. Because there's literally debates about what skill is used for cooking. I have a guess about this, but and technically it would be there's a tool check, which is cook's utensils. But none of you are going to have that. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking too, Drew. All right, so Juan, what I'm going to ask you to do is I'm going to ask you to make a particular kind of check, which is admittedly not sort of the usual brand, but that's fine. Survival is what we're looking for. So I'm going to ask you to make a survival check that's based on wisdom.
Based on wisdom.
Yes, based
0.
on wisdom. And you might have the skill, and if not, then it's just whatever your wisdom bonus would be. Yeah, if you cook it wrong, it'll kill you, presumably. While that's happening, Eliana and Ruff, how do you want to try to close these doors? Oh my goodness. All right, so Juan has just critically succeeded on the survival. I'm gonna come back to what that looks like in just a minute.
Awesome.
Eliana and Ruff, what are you doing in terms of like trying to keep these things closed?
Is there any kind of latch that we can wire shut?
There is no latch. It does technically have a bar, like on top and on bottom, and you use the bar to open it. Well, you would be if it wasn't opening by itself. But there's no latch per se. But you could, I don't know, theoretically put something between the bars, like to keep it from, you don't know how long it'll last.
All right.
Is there like, can we see anything in the room that would be like tall enough and sturdy enough that we think we could like put like maybe like 2 or 3 of through the bars, like right in front of one of these ovens?
There might be. It's possible that there might be able to do a few things as you're kind of looking around. And you see one particular spot over there. Let me have you make an investigation check here, Ruff, as you're kind of looking around for something like that.
Okay.
It's the greatest pie crust ever made out of graham crackers and crushed up Oreo cookies.
Only a 9.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely some things that you think might serve, possibly, or would have served if they were in better shape. But short of like battling the rolling pins, which Eliana was not able to do successfully early on. You could also ask the goblins if they know. Possibly it occurs to you of anything long enough to hold the doors shut. But nothing obviously comes to mind that you can see from it that's in this room anyway.
Okay. Eliana, any thoughts?
I keep wanting to investigate other things too, like the chimneys or the chimneys blocked. But clearly, if we can't fix the doors opening and closing, we're not going to be able to fix the ovens. And I can't help feeling like it's some kind of magical code word, but we can't get into the room where Grammy died because they've turned it into a shrine, and they say that we have to fix the ovens first. So I don't think there are any doors from outside that we could sneak into Grammy's room from.
As you two are looking at that, by the way, so the goblins have gathered around what can only be described as a new vista in pie crust development. So Juan has just been standing there, and I don't know, Juan, whether this comes from maybe your childhood. Maybe this is like to jump out of game for a second, a Ratatouille moment where you're just like, you remember when your mom told you about XYZ. Like, whatever the case may be, this is an inspired pie crust. It is, not only does it have the perfect balance of flour and dough rolled out to an exceptional level, a certain amount of crispness. It is not too moist, but neither is it too dry. The edge is flaky, clearly melt in your mouth. This is a crust that, if married with an apple, could redefine apple pies as we know them in 1370 DR or whatever the hell year that I said it was. It is a pie crust to marvel at, and the goblins are all, and you can hear faint in Orcish occasionally, just sort of like, I didn't think it, I couldn't believe it. Spectacular. Wow, what is that? Boss doesn't make that. And like, they're just like all like in awe. And when you finish and you sort of turn, sort of a hush falls over the room. And then one of the goblins is just like, starts doing the clap thing, right? And they all sort of clap. And you get this sort of thunderous applause as you hold aloft this pie crust. Eliana and Ruff, you definitely have a pie crust to work with. I mean, you don't know what to do with it yet, but it definitely is there. It is a hell of a pie crust.
What if we all just like lean up against the door of the oven?
As you do this, the thing flies open again.
Well, maybe the recipes were in another room. I want to go around and look at the other rooms and see if I can get into them, or if the boss goblin is going to stop me from looking around.
Okay. He seems to be less concerned about the other rooms. Is there one in particular that you wanted to look at?
I'll just go around the room in order. I'll start at the southwest corner.
So over here. So we're looking at?
Yeah.
Okay. When you get to there's a door that opens from the eastern side. And what you find in there is what appears to be, if you had to guess, this looks like some kind of what would have been a guard room. You get the impression that there, because you can see a few kind of like there's a barrel, there's a few. This is what would have probably doubled as a guard room or would have worked as a guard room.
Okay.
There's a small table with 2 chairs. There's a chest, which you can see on the southern wall. But there are also 3 quarterstaffs, which have fallen to the floor against where they once stood against one wall.
All right. Maybe the recipes are in the chest. I'll come in here and see if I can open it.
Okay. You will need to, it is locked. You're going to need to either pick the lock or break it. That's true. That's funny.
What would pick the lock be? Dexterity?
That would be dexterity. Yep.
Well, I'll try that.
I don't think you have a thieves' tools, but I can let you try to do it normally. This thing is not in great condition, so that may help you a little bit.
16.
Yeah. You, as you're sort of looking, like click, 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 but fortunately it's a little bit like kind of antiquated, you think, probably. And eventually the lock sort of just falls open. And you are, in fact, able to open it. Inside the chest are not a recipe, but 3 bottles of some kind of oil. You can't tell what kind of oil, but you can see that that on the sort of bottles themselves is a picture of what looks like basically a stick figure holding a staff.
Ooh.
Okay. Well, I don't think this will help with our current dilemma, but I will put the 3 bottles into my pack.
Okay.
And then I will go to the next room.
Yeah, you don't think it's Elminster, Prince Justin, if you had to guess. While you were doing this, Juan and Ruff, what are the 2 of you continuing to do? Because Juan, you have this pie crust now, obviously. What are you attempting to do?
I'm going to look over at Ruff and see what he's doing for a moment. To see what I'm going to hold my action.
Ruff is looking around clueless.
Okay. So Eliana just sort of jumps to this next room, and this looks like this is the actual shop front, if you had to guess, like where people would actually have gone in. So
Okay.
there's a counter at the back of the room that is standing surrounded by shelves on every wall. The shelves may have once had lovely packages of pies, but they've long since been ransacked. There are paper boxes and bits of ribbon and twine that litter the floor. And 2 small tables have been overturned in the center of the room. And obviously there are 2 doors that you're able to get into and out of, in addition to the doors that are the front. And if this is the door that leads outside, you can see that although the wood is rotted, it is lightly barred with a kind of splintered, faded 2x4, basically across the inside of it to keep it closed.
Well, this room is really messy. I will search for papers, so I'll spend a little time looking
Okay.
through all the mess.
Go ahead and make a... Let me have you make a perception check for this, actually.
22.
Yeah, you do find underneath the counter a small metal box, which is locked.
Okay. Once again, I'll try to pick the lock.
This one is, we're looking at sleight of hand. If we can do that. If not, it'll just be straight dex check.
Yeah, that's just going to be a straight dex check.
Okay.
$21.
Wow, you need to respec as a rogue. So you, you're able to get this open again. And inside you see coins. There are 8 gold and 11 silver and 21 copper inside this. This might have been the cash box, it occurs to you, Eliana, for the shop. But that's it. No recipes.
So what did you say? 8 gold?
8 gold, 11 silver, and 21 copper.
I'll take the gold and silver, but leave the copper.
Okay. Go ahead, Ruff.
Ruff gets bored and he wanders over here and he looks down this like little hallway.
Okay. So, as you are sort of looking over at this spot, you can see that there's actually there is a kind of on the end of this hallway. First of all, there's doors north and south, but also here.
At the very end?
Wait, hold on a second. There we go. I was like, where's my selector tool? Right here. Yeah, the very end.
Yep.
You can see there is a glass cabinet that is there. And inside the glass cabinet is a smaller, like a small mallet hanging on a chain. Inside this glass cabinet.
Is there like some kind of check I could do to see if this means anything to me? Because like if I have like art, like kind of like an artisan background, like I'm a guild jeweler.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let me have you make. Well, it depends, I think, on what you suspect this is what check I would tell you. Like, do you have a sense of, I think this is a religious thing or a magic thing or a, I don't know, dwarven thing? Do you have a sense of that?
I would probably suspect it to be like some kind of like, to guess, like I would suspect it might have something relating to do with the magic of the enchantments.
Okay. Let me have you make an Arcana check then, please, for me.
Oh, that's just a straight 20. 14.
Okay. Yeah, you think there probably is something magical about this, both because of the way that it sort of looks, because it's, very, very well, like beautiful craftsmanship, but also because of the way that it's kept inside this glass cabinet, which, although dusty, still looks to be, like a case of some importance, as opposed to just, random place you throw things in. Hey, Nonstop.
Okay. Can I tell if the goblins have touched this at all?
You don't think so. You'd have to get up close and personal, but there's a lot of dust on it. No, you don't think they've come anywhere near it.
I would do so.
Okay. All right. So what are you just trying to like open it basically?
Yeah.
I would like you to make a dexterity saving throw because as you touch the case, you hear a audible click.
Uh-oh. I think it was
At least
trapped.
you didn't lick it.
Uh-oh.
Heliana's like,
trapped.
well, this is going well. Then you hear,
Oh,
like
no.
Oh, God. So, yeah, the crit fail is unfortunate in this context. So,
Actually, it was a 2.
Well, yes, it became a 1. I'm sorry. You're right. Not a crit fail. So the cabinet blows up in your face, basically. You are going to take 9 points of fire damage. And your beard is singed, and you heard this like massive explosion, and Juan, you hear this like and Eliana, even from where you are, you hear this sort of sound of like a, from the distance, inside the place. The good news is the cabinet's broken, and as you're staring with your smoldering beard, with blackened, like, the Wile E. Coyote, kind of look, right? But you can see the mallet and chain is now in front of you.
I will run to where the explosion was.
Okay.
I just kind of stand there shocked.
So you see Ruff doing that. The area around, there's a lot of shattered glass and big scorch marks. And what you think as you're standing there, Juan, a wisp of some, like, what you first looks like paper and then you realize is beard hair that's on fire, and like just sort of a singe thing like falls slowly to the ground in front of you.
Oops. Are you okay, Ruff?
I just kind of turn around, looking very like singed, and then just like slump and like sit on the floor. I have 1 hit point left.
1 hit point left.
Oh,
Behind him is a mallet hanging on a chain in a very broken cabinet. The mallet looks beautiful.
Can you heal yourself, or do I need to use a healing potion on you?
I could heal myself.
First, I need to recover, like figure out what happened in the last 15 seconds of my life.
Yeah.
so when I hear that, I go running up also,
Okay.
and
You arrive on the scene to see Juan standing over a very shocked and scorched-looking Ruff. There's a lot of glass on the ground and a shattered, like sort of door bits and stuff like that. And there's a mallet, small mallet, hanging on a chain in what used to be a glass cabinet of some kind. Also, several of the goblins have now come over and are kind of looking and sort of talking to each other. And you can't tell if you're hearing giggles or not, because they're trying to, like, you know, like, and a couple of them are kind of doing this sort of like, you know, like this type of thing.
all right. Well, once I see that Ruff is getting attention healing from
Well, I'm going to
Himself.
heal myself.
He's fine.
Ileana, keep searching. You're doing good.
all right, I will keep searching.
All right, I'm gonna go back to Eliana in just a second. But Ruff, first of all, what did you? So, are you using some kind of healing something or other?
Yeah, I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on myself.
Seems logical.
There we go. I gain all of it back.
Oh, nice. It's fine.
I back up to 10 out of 11.
just burned hands, you know. But everything's fine. You know, listen, if you're gonna make an omelet, you're gonna break a few eggs. Gonna make a pie, you're gonna break a few things. Okay, so you are now feeling much better. The place around you is a mess. And at this point, the boss goblin, hey, you trying to blow up the bakery?
No, I just touched the cabinet
Oh,
and it exploded.
we heard it was dangerous. I guess it was. And then turns and kind of walks off again. And so, yeah, now you're standing in front of this cabinet with the mallet and chain.
Ruff, why don't you go search the other rooms? I don't think this mallet's a good idea.
I'm not touching that. I'm gonna go in this room up to that's right beside me.
One thing I do want to be clear about, though, just so I'm not confusing anyone, I do want to make it clear that it seemed to be the cabinet that when you touched it blew up, not the mallet, just to be clear. The mallet may still be cursed in your mind, and that's fine. I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know it was not when you touched the mallet because you were trying to open to get to it. That's all.
So the room right above.
Okay. Let me
I'd like
have you
to
do
open
that,
that
and then I'll
door.
come to Eliana. Yes. This room has two notable things. First of all, it's much cooler in this room, a lot cooler. And you can see on the ground a very obvious and glowing large blue glyph, which as you step in...
I don't
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Like,
God damn it! No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, you as you're looking at it, but no, it's actually a very large and glowing blue glyph. And as I say, the room feels much cooler in here, and there are shelves that are sort of lined up around the outside, and bags, several bags and barrels. One of the bags actually is open and lying on the ground, and you can see what looks like flour is kind of like, you know, poured out a little bit on the floor.
And you said this room felt noticeably cool.
Yes, not freezing, but much cooler than the room that you came from.
Like
not
a
that the room
root
you
cellar.
came from is, you know.
So it's like a magically enchanted refrigerator room.
A root cellar. Yeah.
Could be.
Okay. I'd like to inspect the glyph to see if I can tell what it means.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
Arcana check for me, please. Touch this
Okay.
room to keep things from blowing up. Shoot.
I probably don't know anything with 4.
Definitely a glyph. You've seen glyphs, and that is a fine example of a glyph.
All right. Well, Ruff stays a little worried and scared, so he turns around and wants to check the other door.
I will come to that in a second, but I will take Eliana first. With this, Eliana, when you come in here, this room strikes you as different in that it is very well appointed. It's not, mixed with flour and foodstuffs and everything. There's a lot of sturdy, what looks like mahogany furniture maybe, and velvet curtains. And there are 2 paper-strewn desks with overturned chairs. The remaining walls are lined with bookshelves and filing cabinets. And one thing to note is that the goblin, I don't want to say the goblin odor, but like there's just, you get the impression they haven't been in here very much. So that would be your guess about whatever this room happens to be. Maybe a counting room or an office or something like that.
Okay. Time to look through all these papers.
Days pass. No, it's not that many. Okay. Make a perception check for me, please.
Just an 11.
Okay. Yeah, as I say, it's kind of messy. The shelves have all these sort of, like stuff all over the ground as well. And there are 2 drawers, like 1 drawer each in each of the desks that have been overturned, that are closed. You can see that. But that's basically, those are the main things you see. There's several drawers in this. Actually, I'm sorry, I should have said 2 in each. I beg your pardon. 2 drawers in each of the desks. Otherwise, the shelves just have a bunch of different things. One thing you can tell from the shelves without even having to do a big search is that there are a lot of records here of like bookkeeping records. And the last note that you saw was that, if you just take a quick look at it, the bakery's finances were booming. Like if you had to guess, this thing was doing super well.
Mm-hmm.
Before, but the records all come to an end about 6 months ago.
Okay. I'm going to call out, hey, Ruff, can you come take a look at these papers with me?
In a moment.
Okay, you want to look at that room first, Ruff?
Yeah, I just want to peek inside.
And Juan, while you're doing this, by the way, can I ask what you're doing with your amazing pie crust?
I am trying to teach the other goblins how to make pie crust.
Awesome. Can I have you make, please?
Yeah, teaching.
Yeah, so many things.
Performance?
No, it's related, but no, I think a straight intelligence check. You're trying to convey this to them in some way. So let's have you make an intelligence check. So just a straight D20 with whatever your intelligence score modifier is, if any one.
Okay.
Now I want some pie. Straight up, Prince Justin, after this thing, I'm going downstairs to get me some leftover pie. That is 100% what's happening. Oh, sorry. You rolled it already?
Yeah.
Oh, I beg your pardon. 12. I would say, so you think you've managed to get them to understand the idea of like the way to make a pie crust is not to like throw some dough under a pin and hope for the best, but that like you actually have to shape it and you're like trying to show them. And so you're doing this thing based on the incredible pie crust you made. If you're like, no, it's like this, like very delicately with your hands. And they're like, this, like they sort of punch the crust and you're like, yeah, that's in the right. they've got a long way to go.
They've got a long way to go.
This is really there's a lot of Fisher Price my first crust going on here. Like
I'll be hitting a lot of heads.
Yeah, right. They seem to be willing, more or less. They seem to be awed by your crust making. So they certainly seem to be willing students. The spirit may be willing though. Ruff, meanwhile, in the room that you've opened, you see one that looks identical to the one you were just in. The same kind of cold glyph, radiating room that seems to be there.
Well,
Shadow.
Ruff doesn't want to tangle with any more magical effects, so he goes down to join Eliana now.
Okay. All right, Eliana, what did you want Ruff to do? You're muted again, I think.
Help me look at these papers to see if we can find any instructions for magical ovens or recipes, but really I want the instructions right now.
Okay. I'm fading fast. All right. Sleep well, Alphabet Streams.
Thanks for coming by, Alphabet Streams.
We're closing in on the end game. We're closing in the end game ourselves, I think, Alphabet Streams. Okay. Perception check from Ruff then, if Ruff's going to do that.
Perception. Just +3. Ugh. Crit fail.
You're like, are you sure this is an office? Because, I mean, there's papers, but like, what does that mean? It's a paper mill, maybe. Like, how do we know?
These rolls have been all over the place.
You're more like Steve Carroll from The Office rather than the actual office. Yeah, you have no idea. I mean, it's a lot. It's a big mess. Like, you can definitely tell that the goblins are like, what the hell is this? And then just left again. You kind of feel like that. You're like, you know what? Maybe the goblins weren't all wrong about that. And the boss goblin kind of comes down and is like, hey, you gonna fix problem? Got bakery to run. And the
We're trying to find information, but we can't find any.
Oh.
We want to help you. We want to help you. We want to help you make pie. Make awesome pie. But we need instructions.
Just kill things in oven. He shrugs.
No, must make pie crust like this.
Right, and you hear like, and you hear like sort of obediently, russ, like they trying to like get the common down, like as the goblins say, like this, as they pound their fists into the dough, like turning the dough like, like around the outside.
Arvin, I guess I'd like to try to make another check, but insight this time as to where a baker would have put instructions. See, I'm trying to not use perception again. I'm trying to use insight this time to
let me have
get a new roll.
Yeah. Let me have you make an investigation check this time then.
I don't have investigation. Would that be just straight intelligence?
So that would be straight intelligence, I think, yeah. I see what you're getting about the insight. I'll come to that if we need to, but you're
2.
like, well, I will let you make an insight check, but it's not just going to bring you to something, but I will let you make an insight check.
Okay. That's a 9.
I mean,
oh dear.
One thing you know for sure, obviously this bakery was magical. The goblins did not make this magic. And obviously you know that this was doing extraordinarily well, and everyone talks about, like, if a great wizard is like, this is the greatest pie of all time, then the pie obviously itself had to be magical somehow, which means you would assume that unless the magic died with her, she had to keep her most prized recipe carefully. So where she would keep it, you're not 100% sure. If she would keep it all in one place, you're not 100% sure. But something which would allow everything to be keyed off of either the recipe or something which allowed the recipe to be made, to be used, to be realized.
Gotta be in that room we're not allowed into.
Well, Eliana, not being struck with any great insights, sighs and starts going through the papers more carefully to try to find something.
Okay. So, as Eliana's doing this rough, just a quick question. You were going back up to where Juan was?
Yeah.
Presumably? Okay. As Juan and Ruff are kind of looking in that other area, Eliana, one thing you do notice about these drawers is that they are the only thing on the desks that, or in the room, I should say, that are not open, right? Like, I mean, the shelves are half knocked down. They're little like there's a couple little like not foot lockers, but like storage chests that are just open with books sort of splayed out inside them and everything. The only thing that's actually closed are the drawers in these desks, and there's 2 in each.
All right, I will try to open the doors.
Okay. Let me make
Drawers.
left or right. Like, so this, sorry, this one here or this one here?
Let's see. I'll go with this one.
Okay. Let me have you make a perception check for that, please.
That's a 22.
Yeah. So you can see on this drawer, one of the drawers is actually kind of like, is just open. It opens fairly easily on its own, and it just seems to have like blank paper and quills and obviously ink that's long since dried out and all that. The other one, though, before you open it, you can see there is a mechanism on it. Some kind of mechanism on the drawer. Not necessarily one that would keep it closed, but something that's designed to do something when opened.
Right. Okay, before I do anything with that, let me take a look at the drawers on the other desk.
Okay. Those are not locked, and both of those also are blank paper and quills. There is one silver ring in the top drawer of that left one, but you think it's just maybe like, it seems to have, it says G, like sort of a initial in the ring. It might have been like an official signing thing. You know, you use it to kind of sign a document in wax at the end.
I'm surprised that the goblins didn't take that.
You get the impression maybe the goblins stayed away from here because they're like, possibly.
Okay. I think I'll leave that be for the time being and come back and look at this mechanism again. Does it look like something that would, if done incorrectly, shoot out at me or like burn the desk up or something?
No, you think whatever it is would probably go at the person trying to open it. You think this is probably trapped somehow. Not that there are any traps in this building. I mean, like, you know, nothing has actually been shown to have that quality.
Let's see.
Can I interject?
Yes.
So Ruff goes up to Juan and says, "Hey, Juan, I'll give you all the money, the coins I have on me, just 3 gold and 2 silver, and one of my giant huge wedges of cheese. You go over and touch that mallet that was in that cabinet that blew up on me."
No.
No?
But I said a wedge of cheese. Maybe you didn't hear me. Wedge of cheese.
Fine. And Ruff very begrudgingly walks back over to the blown up cabinet with the mallet.
Yep.
Reaches out very tentatively to touch the mallet, and you can go back to Eliana.
Oh, okay. You hear a very loud click. Meanwhile, Eliana is in the room down below. We'll talk about that click in just a minute. Eliana, so you're still looking at this drawer, this trapped drawer?
Yeah. Well, I'm no thief to pick a booby trap like that. So I think what I'm gonna do is take one of my arrows and get kind of to the side of the desk, so I'm not
Okay.
right in front of the mechanism.
Okay.
And I'm going to poke at the mechanism with my arrow tip, hoping that it will go, like this, and
Okay.
not hit me on the side.
All right. Let me have you. I'm gonna have you make a dexterity saving throw, but it's gonna be at advantage because something does indeed spring out.
All right. So that'll just be 2d20, and then +3 is my thing.
Sounds right.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
with advantage, that would be 14 +3 is 17.
17. Yes, that's enough. And you can see that this thing that sprang at, which you, even with the arrow, like comes pretty close to your hand, even so, there is a needle at the end of it. And you can sort of like, as you look closer, you can see what looks like just a tiny little bit of liquid at the tip of the needle.
Yeah.
But it
Okay.
has now been sprung.
Good.
And the drawer, now as you've opened it, you can see that for a moment you're like, oh man, but then you see that there is because you see a torn up parchment, like basically half of a parchment just sitting in the drawer.
Huh. Well, I'll take it out.
On the paper, as you look at it, you can see something which says 5 apples, 6 teaspoons of sugar, 3, and like, so it goes down with this list, right? And then it says must use and then the rest of it is cut off because it's only the top half.
Okay.
It sure looks like a pie recipe, though. At least the first
Does
half
it
of
look like it was cut like with a knife, or was it roughly torn apart?
It looks like it was. Make an investigation check for me. Exactly, Prince Justin. But what is the question?
Investigation. That's a straight D20. 13.
You think that it's meant to look as if it was torn, but it's too neat. You think that this is one of those things that was torn, like cut and then sort of distressed after the fact, right? Like, frayed on the edges and whatever. But no, you think that this thing was deliberately cut and not torn.
All right. Now I'm going to check all the drawers and see if any of them have like false bottoms. Take them out of the thing, see if anything is glued to the bottoms of the drawers. I'm desperately searching for the other half of this thing.
Yeah, I hear you. As Eliana is doing that, Ruff, you heard this audible click that I mentioned, but then nothing happens.
Proceed. Oh.
Nope, it's fine. Just a click. It might have been the same click from before.
Okay.
And this time nothing happens, and you just have it. You could just take the mallet off if you wish. It's small, around us, and on a silver chain.
Okay. It's very small.
Very small, almost like jewelry.
Ooh. All right. Can I tell if this is of any kind of like religious significance?
Go ahead and make a religion check for me.
Because I have a +3 in that.
Mm-hmm. Then I'll come back to Juan in a
come
second.
on.
I mean, listen, some religions use hammers. You are not familiar though with anything in particular that would indicate a specific thing. For example, it is not this hammer right here, branding. That is for those in the know, that is my gray shade hammer. No, it's not that. It doesn't, I mean, not that you know of. Certainly there can be religions with hammers, but I mean, you don't know anything particular with this.
I tried tapping it on a wall.
ding, 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 ding.
Okay. And he like
Completely
shoves it, like,
pristine, by the
inside
way,
of his-
for something
that?
that was in the midst of a flaming explosion. Completely pristine.
Okay. He like hooks the silver chain like onto like the chain of like his holy
Right,
symbol.
because I was
around
going to
his
say
neck.
it could fit, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Juan. So the minute you do that, Juan, you're like, no, you have to like, it's more even than that. Like, you're trying to like explain, and they're really trying. But then all of a sudden, there's a moment's pause, and everything in the room goes silent, and suddenly all of the oven doors open and stay open. All of the pins stop rolling. All of the knives stop chopping midway through. And you hear
I
this.
found the thing that controls the magic.
Something is like, and you can see a bunch of like, you can now see 6 angry of these creatures like yammering at you. You can see a couple of them like trying to pull the thing closed, and then when they can't, they just up and they all jump out of the oven, and then sort of stare at you, and then fly off, basically out into the room with the carts and then away.
You found the emergency exit.
Yep.
Oh,
Loading was worth it.
oh. Okay,
Uh,
I will. I
okay,
will grab.
Mm-hmm.
Who goes first?
Go ahead.
I will grab the chef's hat off the hobgoblin,
Who's like,
put it on myself,
okay.
and say, "Now you fix of it."
Okay, you say this to the boss goblin,
Yep.
and the goblin's like sort of stares and then looks, shrugs, how?
Your problem. You fix of it.
I
Orcish.
So he's like, but I don't like the impression you get is sort of confusion. You're not 100% sure, Juan, that he knows how to do that.
Me either.
Yeah. I have this image. I have this image of the two of you at the top, just like, I'm telling you, fix it. I'm telling you, fix it. Like, just all
Make it someone else's problem.
I'm intimidating you into the answer. Now you do what I say. Oh man, science with a vengeance. So he sort of wanders over to the oven and stares at it. The oven doors are now all open, as I've said, and nothing has closed them, but they are not closing on their own either.
I would like to grab the mallet that's on the chain now around my neck and like point it across the room towards the ovens and like try like waving it like a magic wand and think really hard about making all the ovens like burst into life.
So they go, they alight, and then they're flaming, and like one of the goblin like close by, like he has to like jump out of the way because there's actually almost flames like leaking out of the inside of the oven now.
I have the power.
Eliana, by the way, you are currently surrounded by wood pieces, nails, wood chips, wood screws, you have not found anything other than these things previously mentioned.
All right. Well, I guess I will trail out of the room, and then I will see that
the ovens
suddenly
are lit.
The ovens are lit.
Gondor
yes.
calls for aid.
And I'll look around for Ruff and Juan and try to figure out what happened. What did they do?
So Ruff is holding something around his neck and kind of staring intensely at the ovens, while Juan and the big goblin seem to be yelling at each other and pointing at each other. And Juan is wearing the chef's hat for some reason also.
Okay. Well, I don't want to break Ruff's focus, but I don't much want to step into the argument either. But I'll go up to them. Where are they? Oh, over here.
Yeah,
right.
Ruff is in
so
the middle of the room, and Juan
right,
is top
right,
of the
right.
room.
So
Yep.
I'll go over to them and like say, "Hey, look, oven's working."
And so yeah, you kind of look over, and the boss and the two of you occupied in this argument, and the boss looks back at you, Juan, and is like, told you, problem fixed. You know, kind of is like, you know, like, and a bunch of the goblins around are sort of looking confusedly back and forth to each of you. Ruff, are you just like, more fire? Like, or what are you doing? Something beyond that? Okay.
And then like Ruff like sees all the like ovens like light up, and then like they're staying lit. The doors are still open.
Yes.
He wants to see if like he can like make them like have the doors closed.
Slam, 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 slam.
Okay. Then he drops the mallet and tries to see if that makes anything happen.
When you drop the mallet, the ovens open and the fire seems to have gone out.
All right, so then I'll go up and join the others.
Fix the oven.
It was fixed. You broke again. Like they, like.
And I kind of like elbow Eliana and be like, I found how to control the stuff. Oh, I think you muted.
That's fantastic. But I was thinking if the ovens are working, I think the chief said that they would let me get into the shrine.
Yeah, no, yeah, they should let us into the other room. Did you find anything?
So, well, I found half of the instructions. I found the ingredient list, but then it says below something must. I mean, I don't want to mess things up by going with just half of the instructions.
So you found the ingredients, but not the instructions for the recipe.
Yes.
So it's got to be in the room, right?
I would think so. Yeah.
Okay, and then like Ruff just goes like straight up to like the boss goblin while like he's like in the middle of the argument.
Yeah, it's like I fixed it. Fixed was me. You broke. Yeah.
And then like grasps him on the shoulder, turns him around to like look at the ovens, picks up the mallet, like points it at the ovens. All the ovens like come on.
And he's like, oh, and all of the goblins are, oh, at the same time, like.
Now let us into the other room.
And he
we
sort of
fixed the ovens.
He kind of like glances back at Juan and says, ovens are fixed. And then he wanders back to the door and opens it. And this is a once homey apartment where the famed Grammy used to reside. You can still see the ancient mahogany furniture that still stands in the room. There is a bed with sort of a broken down mattress standing in one corner. And against one wall, you can see it over here, is a desk, which is covered in papers and several what look like trophies, like golden cups.
All right, so I will take off my cap respectfully, or whatever, and go in and look at the desk and the papers on the desk.
So the papers themselves seem to be more sort of like invoices, manifests, like shipping documents, things like that. But this desk has 2 drawers like the ones that you saw before. Desk looks very similar, actually, to the ones in the office that you found.
Does either of them look like they have more mechanisms on them?
Let me have you make a perception check, but you can do this at advantage since you've encountered potentially these things before.
So that's an 18 plus 5 is 23.
Yeah. You see, in fact, what looks almost identical to the same kind of trap that you ran into in the other side of the room. So again, or the other side of the building. So again, you can try to trigger it the same way.
Yep.
You know, which again doesn't totally clear you, but it's, you know, makes it less likely you'll get hurt. So you
Right.
can do that,
So-
or you can try to disarm it. And you may fail in the disarming, but you could also do that as well and not take any risk if you succeed in the disarming.
I the other way worked, so I think I'll just try my arrow.
Let me have you
Spring the trap with an arrow.
Let me have you make that dexterity saving throw, but again, you're doing this at advantage because of the arrow. Okay.
That was a natural 20.
I love it. You're just sort of like zip, like Matrix style out of the way, like doesn't come anywhere close. And indeed, the same kind of needle with a little liquid, just like in the other one, is there. And inside this is a small red leather covered book. And next to it is a torn up parchment scroll.
Okay. First I'll look at the scroll.
That says, use the mallet for control. When done, heat ovens to and then it like proceeds to explain like basically how you make an apple pie with stuff. It seems to be the bottom half of this scroll.
Okay, now before I take this out, I want to look at the red leather book.
Okay. The red leather book is very beautiful, sort of old, aged leather, but not you know, like falling apart leather, just sort of like, you know, weathered. And when you open the book up, you can see that there are a number of what look like, at first you think they're spells, but then you see that they are actually also recipes. Like different kinds of recipes. Apple tart, apple crisp, apple cobbler, apple sauce, apple sausage. Like there's a lot of, you see a pattern, but they're all very carefully maintained. And behind you hear this, and looking back, you can see that the boss goblin and like every goblin apparently in the place is clustered behind him, like all looking over their shoulder, you know, his shoulder and trying to look at you. And the goblin's like, is that the sacred, the book, the recipe? Grammy's pie? He says, almost haunted, hollow look on his face.
This, and I hold up the 2 pieces of parchment. This is the pie recipe. I want to make a copy of it, and I'll explain the recipe to you and leave it with you.
And he sort of nods. He says, and he looks around at you, Juan. He says, can you make more pie crusts?
But you have to plant trees better.
All right. And they say, we'll plant trees better. And he turns around and says, you plant trees better. And all the goblins like fall into each other and like run off. You think you hear the cry of several dryads to the north, maybe, as they quote, go to make it better. But in any case, so yes, they go to do that. Meanwhile, using the recipe, you actually are able, thanks to the brilliant pie crust as well, you assemble one pie, which you place into the oven, which is controlled now properly thanks to you basically just have to think 375 Fahrenheit, you know, like, and it just like, it like lights that. Or I guess for Canadians, 1 Celsius. No, whatever would work out to.
1 Celsius?
I'm just checking. And then it, you know, and it comes out, it is a transcendent experience. Like when you are eating a piece of the pie, the goblins all around you are giving you this smug, like, like, you know, it is ridiculous. Like this is not a normal pie. It's spectacular. And in fact, as you eat it, you find yourself feeling fairly well disposed. Like Juan, you're like, maybe I don't have to yell at the boss goblin as much, you know, and they shouldn't yell at me either. Like, why do we all have to yell at each other? Like, everyone gets a lot of like fellow man type of stuff. And it begins to occur to you that maybe part of Grammy's secret also was in reducing the feelings of violence or aggression from species to species. These goblins themselves did not go running out of their way to kill you, because they were just like, can we have more awesome pie? There may be more to this than meets the eye, is what I'm saying. And you are able
There's
to make
more
a
to
copy.
pie than meets the eye.
More than meets the pie. Yeah, exactly. You having made a copy of the recipe, I assume, and I should just check, you are bringing it back to Tindarius?
The copy?
wizard?
Yes. Yeah. I'm just trying to decide what to do about the book now.
Yeah, you tell me that
all
first,
the
and I'll tell you what he says.
Sorry, all that the goblins are interested in really is pie. So
you get the impression they wouldn't mind actually trying some other recipes out if it all involves apples, like if it's this
all
stuff.
right. Well, there is a lot of paper here, you said.
Yep.
So I guess I could make copies of all the recipes.
A week
it's
passes.
It's gonna take a while.
I was gonna say, Eliana's sitting in the room next to the poison needle, just like, I got this. Just writing down. Go ahead, Ruff.
Is Juan still wearing the chef hat?
You betcha.
Would you care if I went over and grabbed it off your head? Because I want to go over and grab it off your head, give it back to the boss goblin, and then give him the mallet.
Ooh, the moment.
And be like, this is how you control the ovens. Make sure you think, cook the pie.
Mm. Mm.
The goblin comes up and slaps you on the back, Juan. Good pie crust. Learned a lot of things. And he turns and yells at a goblin, roll better. And the goblin's like, salutes, and immediately runs off to roll something better. He nods, big smile at you.
I guess we're going to leave the goblins in control.
Yep. They're not bothering anyone, except maybe the dryads, but if they replant the trees better.
Yeah, I will. Before I start copying all the recipes, I'll go out and try to get the dryads and the goblins into some kind of détente so that the dryads can show the goblins how to plant trees better, because they'll do a better job of it than I would.
Your results, one thing I will say that by the time you've actually left the whole place and done it, you're still not sure that the goblins fully understand what the term straight and even means. Like, this seems to be not quite in their vocabulary, but they've got the spacing better, and for their part, the dryads actually kind of find the goblins a little funny. Like, the goblins don't actually hate the dryads, actually. They just don't know what to make of them, so they're kind of like... So when the dryads sometimes will, like, point at something, and they think that you put the seed there, and the dryad's like, no, there. No, there, and they find this very funny. But you do think that together, the apples trees seem to be getting planted more effectively. And God knows there's a buildup in the nearby areas. Like, everyone has been just basically losing it, wanting more of this apple pie. So when they hear that maybe this thing is back running again... in the meantime, when you do bring the copy back to Nindarius, the old man's face lights up as he reads through the recipe, and he says, Of course, it all makes sense. And he sort of looks at one and then rummages in a drawer for a moment and then emerges with a rust-colored leather bag. And he says, I think you'll find that quite entertaining, he says as he gives it to you, Eliana, with a twinkle in his eye. He also gives you 25 gold pieces to the party in a smaller, plain bag. And Catavius comes back soon with almost within seconds, with an impossibly wonderfully smelling pie, and that sounds familiar to you, but like much faster than was done as well. He says, Tindarius says, you should feel free to have some. I bet you haven't really experienced the joy of this apple pie, have you? Kind of looks at you as if expecting you to be like, oh no, never have before.
I would welcome a slice of pie.
And he cuts you a big slice, sits down, and he says, I think it might be time, before I go to the celestial plane, to maybe think of franchising. What would you say about opening some regional offices? And I think as the camera pulls back from the outside of the tower, we maybe get to see one angry-looking flame creature looking in the window, going, nah, 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 maybe with a tiny little suitcase in his hand, and then flying off. And that's going to bring our session to a close. Go ahead, Ruff. You could say something quick, Shadow, before.
Ruff eats his apple pie with the cheese that he was given.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
which is
nice.
the best. Which is the best. You gain inspiration. You get oh man, that was a great pleasure. I know that it went later than we hoped because we ran into some unluck with the rolls in particular, where people were just like, damn it, and things like that. I was a little worried about some of this until when Ruff blew up the cabin, it was then like, I'm not touching that ever again. I'm like, well, it's gonna be quite a session then if you never touch it again. But it was a lot of fun to watch you folks go through this. I will start with Shadow Mage on the bottom. Really fun stuff. I love the fact not only that it exploded, but then you were just kind of like, all right, I'll give you everything I have. Go touch it instead. And Juan's like, what? No. That was very funny. And I think you sort of took on board stuff. I also appreciated the face off with Mac, at the front, where you're just kind of like, this is going to end in another interesting way, with just facing off against an angry treant. How did you feel about our session today, about the adventure, and where will the lovely folks find you next here on the internets?
I had a lot of fun with it. It took me a little bit to kind of find the right character aspects for Ruff, but he was a little ridiculous at the beginning in the face-off with Mac. But
the Captain Morgan
it was
thing
still really funny.
was killing me, though. The Captain Morgan thing. I put my leg up. I'm like, what? I don't even know what that means. I was waiting for the treant to be like, the hell? Like, what? Like, puts his root up on something and does the same thing.
But I had a ton of fun with this. It was an absolute pleasure to be able to play with you all this evening. In fact, actually, I'll probably still be awake for another 3 hours, so I'm probably going to do some more Talisman Spoke tonight yet.
Nice.
But otherwise, have a secret meeting on Wednesday about stuff that will be coming to stream soon. Hopefully, maybe something starting in December then. If everything goes well in the secret meeting on Wednesday, then there'll be some announcement about stuff and me having to get the move on some other stuff and then scheduling and whatnot. But hopefully maybe at least one in December. If not, then stuff will be starting the new year in January. But other than that, I don't know. Yeah. Thanks for having me.
That was great. Always a pleasure, Shadow. And I'm excited to see the results of that secret meeting, as we discussed. It's going to be a good time. Trifid, again, I know we ran late, sorry. But I mean, partly I wasn't trying to, you were all like doing different things that were like opening up aspects of this puzzle box a bit. So that was fun. And I mean, you had the very good idea, obviously, to walk around from place to place to actually explore. One of the things I was going to say about the ovens was I wondered if you were going to do anything with the oil and the quarterstaffs that you found, because when you were looking for things to hold the doors shut, that could have been something that would have done it. But it would have it would have been a jury rig though. Like, I mean, it was not the way to do it really. The way to do it was maybe not necessarily beginning with an explosion, but eventually with the certain mallet control. But and then again with the traps and all that, and trying to figure out the thing with the office. My image for you is the idea of you sitting cross-legged on the floor in the office with just like looking like an IKEA like assembly thing, right? Like with just desks and everything. yeah, like damn it, where's the wrong Allen wrench? That was very funny. How did you? You did very well in finding out a lot of this stuff, and the interactions with the dryads and things like that was very important too. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the find you next?
Oh, I really enjoyed it. These puzzle adventures are always really frustrating in the middle as you go around trying thing after thing and nothing's working.
Yeah.
But then it's so satisfying when the revelations finally come and oh, that's what it is.
Yep.
And so
Except for the dwarf who almost blows himself up.
Well, that's the satisfaction part, Shadow. Really.
I had your back. I had your back. I had
Yes. How are you doing? Like, how are you feeling?
Oh, you can find me on Blue Sky at PE Matson. I'm on Mastodon, newsy.social, at Trishy M. I blog occasionally at whatsthewordnow.blogspot.com, and you can also find me pretty frequently on Skiffy and Fanty.
All good stuff. And also a very good copy editor, by the way. Ask me how I know.
Thank you.
But thanks, Triffid, so much. And again, sorry we went a little late, but it was a lot of fun watching you all go through, not struggle, just like work your way through it. It was really fun to see. Last but certainly not least, Wispy, thank you for joining us here. I thought you did great as well. I loved the image of Juan as the military man, just basically shouting it out with the boss goblin. It reminded me very much of my two cats that are like best buddies. So when they play fight, it's very much like I jump on top of you and like, pretend to be very fierce, and then you jump on top of me, and it is not ever a real fight actually. So it was very funny to me to watch it just kind of like like everyone like yelling back at each other, you being like, now I'm telling you, fix the ovens, no, you fix the ovens, was very funny. And it was, as it turned out, we didn't have any there could have been combat in here. It is possible that you could have just been like, screw it, and kicked open the front door, and that would have been a very different adventure. But instead, the way you all managed it sort of worked out in a different way. But still, the fighter military man intimidation factor came into play during the course of the adventure. How did you feel playing with us, and where should the fine people look for you, elsewhere on the internet if you get up to anything like that, or where are you hanging out these days on the internet that people will find you one way or the other?
I had a blast doing military goblins. Yeah, that was great. There was a point where we were all quiet. It was like, who's going to say something first?
Mm-hmm.
It was like, well, I guess I have to. And then it turned out I was just the distraction for everyone else.
Well, I mean.
And you're not going to go find me except for Wispy Song at Twitch. I don't stream. I'm a definite watcher.
Well, but I appreciate that you threw your hat in the ring and you stuck right with it, with two veterans of this, and I appreciate that very much, Wispy. It was a good time. And I give you credit for it, and you as a group I really enjoyed with Grammy's Country Apple Pie. And as I said, despite the fact that it's almost 1 a.m., I'm still going to go get a slice of pie, and I can do that because I'm an adult when I'm done with this. But I'm going to say goodbye to these folks first. Chat, can we get some love for the super entertaining D&D with Viewers crew that we had tonight? Thank you so much to Wispy Song, to Triffity Mats, and to Shadowed Mage. And I will see you lovely folks back on this channel very, very soon. Bye for now, everybody. All right. Good times from everyone. That was fun. It's not that I forgot. I mean, there's a reason D&D is my favorite game, as I've said many times, but it was just fun to see people take a different angle on it, a different spin. And I did not expect some of the things that we got there. It was, that was very funny to me. And I felt a little bad at a certain point because I'm like, I didn't want to just like railroad them into answers, but some of their roles were just like, they had good roles at certain points, like for sure. And then they had other roles that just timing wise didn't work out well. And I'm like, well, we're going to need to, But it was a good time, and it's still, after, like, it ended up being a total of a 4-hour session, which, given the nature of the rolls, had they rolled better, probably would have been more like 3, maybe 3:15, which would have been pretty close. I think so. It was pretty good. And it was a fun adventure. I do want to give credit as well. The writer of this is Jennifer Adcock, who published this as part of the DMG, and was actually an official DMG. It was an official DMG adventure, Grammy's Country Apple Pie, and it was fun to see something which was a little bit off the beaten path, and it fit the season. Holiday pies, right? Like it totally fit the season. I love the image of a successful goblin bakery franchise too, with a wizard sort of running over it. It warms the cockles of your heart. But that is going to do it for me for tonight. This was a great time. Yeah, exactly. Setup took a while too. Yeah, exactly. But I felt a little bad that we weren't able to go faster, but I didn't want to, again, like, I tried to jump in here and there, but I did not want to be like, no, go here, because then that's like, no one wants that. At least, this way we were able to get a sense, as you said, of some satisfaction, I think, in the end, because you're like, I actually finished this damn thing. So that was good. So that is going to do it for us for the night. I am going to raid somebody, but I do want to say that when we're done, when he goes live, you should definitely stop by and check out Shadowed Mage. I raided Shadowed last night. I'm going to raid someone else tonight, but you should definitely check out Shadowed when he goes live with Talos Principle 2. As for me, I'm going to be back on Tuesday with 2 events. First of all, the conclusion to Shire Adventures, which was sponsored by Free League. That starts at noon Eastern, finishes off at 3 Eastern. That will be the conclusion of Shire Adventures. Bittersweet, but also opens the new door of Beowulf. So one door closes, another opens. So that's going to be happening on Tuesday, not to be missed. And then at 4:15 p.m. Eastern over on my sister channel, GOG.com, I will be streaming with episode 400 of Pen and Pixels. It'll be my 400th episode of that show, the long-running show over there, and it is going to be very appropriate that it is Dungeons & Dragons there as well. D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh over there at 4:15, so that's going to be awesome. And then that's going to be it for the month of November. 400 episodes. Isn't that amazing? I still remember the first one, the Star Trek that we did, 25th anniversary. But yep, 400 episodes. And that'll finish up November. And in December, we will start with Starfield. And then we got a very busy month, as I said. We got a lot of tabletop play. We have got our vocalist with the Christmas Carol. We have got the annual holiday stream. We've got the annual game end of the year show. We have got a bunch of cool stuff, the game book illustration stream, Patreon Field Game of the Month, all this stuff. So we've got a bunch of things coming up, and sort of a retrospective and a look forward as we get ready for 2024 to come. But first, we got to wrap up November, and we will do that this coming week. I'll be dark Sunday and Monday, but we'll be back on Tuesday, and I hope you folks have a lovely time until then. If you like what you saw and heard today, I hope you will follow the channel. I think that's right. I think I've been streaming. Yeah, I think I started streaming there about 3 to 4 years after I was streaming on my own channel. I think I've been streaming there since like 2015 maybe, or something like that. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since I rocked and rolled. Because I've been pretty consistent as well. I probably have missed maybe 4 to 5 shows a year. So I've probably been getting in like 50 shows a year, I would say, something along those lines. No problem. No problem, Quit Twitch. Totally understand that. So if you like what you saw and heard today, please follow the channel. Please check out my YouTube with !ArvTube. If you've been watching me over on YouTube, thank you. And please come over to our Twitch channel and follow me over there as well. And again, subscribe to me over on ArvTube. Free for you to do that, but really helps us out. And you can get access to past broadcasts of this and other D&D with viewers streams and other D&D streams in general. If you like what you saw and heard, you can as well support me by subscribing to Thank you, Crit Twitch. Blah, blah, blah. I completely blanked. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, yes, !Arv tweets. I'm like, what? Had a brain fart. !Arv sky is the blue sky thing for social media as well. And, of course, you can always follow us on Discord, !Arvcord, and become a follower over there and hang out with this amazing community in between streams. Website for all that is arvaneleron.com. Financially, !Arv shop is the merchandise area with Expedition stuff coming soon. We have Shire Adventures stuff up there now. Eberron, Oracle of War stuff up there, and also just some Marvin Elrond logo stuff there as well. Cool swag for you, makes good gifts. We're coming around to that time of the year, makes good gifts as well, but also is really helpful to the channel, as is supporting the Patreon, !Arvtreon. If you want a character background written for you by yours truly, if you would like to have an epic poem written about you, if you'd like to get inspirations to help the players like Prince Justin gave today, if you want to be able to do all of that, that Patreon is the place to go. We're trying to build that up to get towards various channel goals, and also to be able to get you cool stuff and get the channel support for things like overlays, videos, music, paying the voice actors, things like that. You can also sub to the channel for some of that too, which you can get inspirations from, and also emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch, and custom sub badges in the channel as well. That is always appreciated. On the publishing side, Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts, Library, that's Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and Grayshade is my Grayshade universe, the Grey Assassin trilogy, Grayshade and Renegade, first 2 books, award-winning, are already out. Also, the audiobook of Grayshade from Trent Sparks is out at that link. You can buy all those right now. You can also pre-order the last book in the series called Heretic, which will be coming out next year, and of course the tabletop role-playing game of Grayshade being made by Brandon O'Brien, and which will be published by Alligator Alley Entertainment, also coming out next year. You can pre-order those at that link as well. And last but not least, as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help, and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, Ukraine, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and we send the message that we will do so for others in this situation going forward in the future. I want to thank the amazing, first of all, let me just note quickly, we are going to do as a raid. As I said, if you are not a sub, you're going to do that, which is Arv Raid. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this, Arvany Hype, Arvanauts have landed, and then every Arvany you can think of, including ones I didn't know how to spell myself before the stream started. Arvany Crit Hit, Arvany Rave, Arvany Love, Arvany Blown, Arvany Woe, Arvany Smug, Arvany Cry, Arvany Ha, Arvany Yay, all the Arvany What, Arvany Smug, all the Arvanys, I think I said that already. All the Arvanys when you were brought over automagically to the place that we are going to raid. I want to thank the amazing mods today, Dragon Spear, Drew the Damager, Shadowed Mage, of course, Triffity Mats, of course. Thank you to the best mods in the business. Thank you to my supporters, my Patreon subscribers, and my Patreon supporters and subscribers, Dragon, Drew, Shadowed, Triffid, Nonstop. Thank you so much to them, and also to Echo Alpha, and to Wispy Song, and to Crit Twitch, to Mrs. Dunsel, and to Tom Tom. And thank you to my regular viewers. Thank you to Big Boss. Thank you to Brian, to Elysium, to Jagtris, to Mark, to Soup Stand, and to Strider. And thanks especially tonight to my wonderful players. Thank you to Wispy, to Triffid, and to Shadowed Mage for being awesome players in a fun adventure that I hope you folks all enjoyed as well. I will see you folks back here on Tuesday at noon Eastern for the epic conclusion of Shire Adventures. Until then, please support all the things, please spread the word, and please stick around for the raid. And I will see all of you lovely folks back here in a few days. Until then, everyone have a good one. Hey, Tilted. Until then, everyone be good to each other, and I will see you folks soon. Bye for now. Honk.